Richard Simmons, Midday AM, Noon News, Here's Lucy, Our Magazine, and the early news will not be seen today only.
Good morning. Welcome to New Year's Day with Regis, a very live one-hour special. Brought to you by DuPont, makers of better things for better living. And by your McDonald's restaurants, because you deserve a break today. And now, spending New Year's Day with Regis, Flamingo Road star Morgan Fairchild. Ed McMahon with his personal hangover cure. From Pasadena, Willard Scott with Rose Parade Grand Marshal Jimmy Stewart, the 1982 Rose Queen in her lovely court, and new Today Show host Bryant Gumbel. Plus, a preview of today's exciting bowl games with former Rose Bowl player, now Flamingo Road star Woody Brown. Gene Dixon's 1982 predictions for President Reagan, Burt Reynolds, Elizabeth Taylor, and Lech Walesa. Discover America's Best with C. Paul Luongo, and meet the dynamic Los Angeles Rams cheerleaders.
Good morning, everybody, and that's what we're going to do in the first 15 minutes of the show.
And then...
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm Regis Philbin, and this is Mary Hart, and it's a pleasure to be with you on the first day of 1982.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Too.
Absolutely. Well, it was an exciting night here in Los Angeles. I went to a nice party and up high in the Hollywood Hills, and there were all the sparkling lights laid out in front of us.
Getting up this early, you did go out and party late, huh?
Incidentally, we are live this morning at 7 a.m. here in Burbank, California, on this rainy and windy day here in Los Angeles. First time in 27 years that the rain has fallen on the Tournament of Roses parade.
And I wonder what it's like out there. We're going to be finding out a little bit later on.
Willard Scott, who's going to get a taste of his own weather, is out there waiting for us to join him.
How was your party high?
It was a lot of fun.
Hills?
Yeah, it was held at some friend's house, Frank and Bobby Brzee, and they've got a beautiful little house, which is right smack on the cliff, you know, of the hill, overlooking the entire basin. And it was a very clear night last night, and all of those lights were twinkling out there. It was just gorgeous. We were all in our tuxes, you know, very formal.
At a private party?
Exactly,
and it was formal?
The invitation said outrageously formal.
Do you like dressing up in a tux?
Well, it was kind of nice last night. I feel like it's really New Year's Eve when we do that.
Yeah, why didn't you just wear it to the show this morning?
You know, I should have. She's
really,
absolutely
it's
right.
New Year's
Just
Day,
because
it's
she
the
came
way-
formally dressed, why shouldn't I, you know?
You know, they told me to dress up. Regis will be in a tux. I had a nice one, too.
What'd you do?
Well, it was going to be a quiet, romantic evening. I had it all planned. A nice, quiet dinner with the man in my life. And C. Paul Luongo flew into town yesterday and said, well, look, I don't care what you're going to do, but you have to go to the Polo Lounge and have the best cappuccino in the country. So we go to the Polo Lounge. Again, I'm planning on a nice, quiet, romantic
Polo Lounge is one of the noisiest places in the whole world in the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Especially
yes?
New Year's Eve. But not only that, in walks C. Paul Luongo carrying a plastic laundry bag with jelly beans. Okay, real classy.
Yeah.
And he joins us. It's his birthday.
Yeah.
Within 15 minutes, he was talking to the whole room, and we had sung Happy Birthday to him 3 times under his direction.
He's quite a character, this guy. You're going to meet him in a few minutes.
Pretty soon, this lady turns around. And, you know, I mean, I didn't think we were that loud, but I knew it wasn't real romantic. Pretty soon, this lady turns around. She said, are you a preacher? and Paul says, well, what? And she said, well, I'm from Toronto, Canada, and you must be a preacher. And I said, well, does he look like a Canadian preacher? Is that what they look like up there? And she said, no, but they're loud, too. So much for the romantic night.
Did you spend a lot of time there? Did you finally get home? Did you see the ball drop in New York's Times Square?
No, because I went to bed early.
Oh, well, actually, it wasn't a ball. This year it was a silver ball in Times Square. It wasn't that round circular one. A neon big apple, the symbol of the city, fell there, and 2,000 police were on hand to control 150,000 people who were clustered in Times Square.
Did you watch all that?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Were you home or still at the party?
No, I was still at the party, but they had it on. It was great to see. They also had 2,300 runners going through Central Park last night in New York on a marathon race, and it was won by Greg Meyer of Natick, Massachusetts, and Eva Meyer from New York City. And let's see, Greg took 23 minutes to run the 5 miles, and there were champagne stops along the way in Central Park. So it was a lot of fun all around the country. A rather quiet New Year's Eve. And, of course, raining here in California, and that's bad news for our Rose Parade. But let us tell you who's on our show today. We will have one of the sexiest ladies of television with us from Flamingo Road, Miss Morgan Fairchild.
And for those of you who imbibed a little bit too much last night, Ed Mcmahon will be here with some hangover
That's right.
advice.
We'll also have a preview of the various bowl games going on today, and there are some great games, too. And we'll have with us Woody Brown, also from Flamingo Road. And Woody starred as a defensive back at the University of Michigan and played in 3 bowl games himself not too long ago.
And then we're going to take a look at 1982 with psychic Jean Dixon. She has some predictions for the coming year.
That's right. And C. Paul Luongo will be here. He's the author of America's Best. It's his birthday, have you heard? Last night. And he's been charting America's Best in every category for the past 6 years. He spent $250,000 doing this. And he will be here, too. And we will show him. He considers the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders the best in the country. We'll give him a little demonstration of what we have out here in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles Rams cheerleaders will be here.
Need to put that man on the spot.
Yeah, that's exactly it, sure.
And, of course, on Monday morning, Bryant Gumbel will start as the new host of the Today Show, and he's going to be with us also.
That's right. But right now, we're going out to the Rose Parade site, Colorado Avenue in Pasadena, on this morning, and to check in with Willard Scott, the weatherman of the Today Show. Good morning, Willard.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Regis and Mary, Happy New Year. Somebody has spread some terribly bad falsehoods around this city. It is a beautiful day in Pasadena, right, ladies? Sensational. The sun is out. It's coming over the hills right now. I have never seen lovelier weather. The temperature must be, what, 80, 82? It's perfect 80-degree weather here in Southern California. 40 in the morning and 40 at night. That's an old weatherman's joke. But I have a really distinct pleasure, aside from being surrounded by beautiful ladies and being in the old Wrigley Mansion, right? This is the Pasadena Tournament of Roses house. Gorgeous place out here with roses in the backyard. I have a military man with me, and I always feel more secure. General, welcome to our show.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever gotten up this early before? You showbiz people lay around in bed till noon, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And when you go to bed at a decent time, that's all right. That's all right.
Well, what was a decent time for you?
10 o'clock, 10:30.
You had a little soup and sandwich?
And a little soup and sandwich and really slept.
Well, you know, a lot of people, I think, make a big deal out of New Year's. They call it amateur night in some places. I did just that. I had a cheeseburger. I've been on a diet, and I had I went crazy last night. Cheeseburger and a milkshake. Went to watch the 10 o'clock news on Channel 56 with cable. It may have been Russian news that I saw last night. And I went to bed at 10:30, and I slept, and I feel like $1 million. And you look like $1 million. Have you ever been Grand Marshal of a parade before?
Never, never. This is the first time, and I've seen a lot of the parades and everything. I've never been so impressed and so gratified and so proud of being having a job as I have in this one. This is a wonderful organization. It's the whole thing about it. There's so much volunteer work, and they're dedicated to making this what it is. I think it's great.
Well, you say you've never, have you been to this parade before? Have you seen the Pasadena parade?
Way back in 1935, before television and everything.
You were a part of it then?
No, I wasn't in it. I just was up in the stands like that.
To watch it. You don't live in Pasadena, do you?
No, I live in Beverly Hills.
Well, now, last night was a big night here. The president was down the road a piece. Were you with him last evening, or did you celebrate at home, really?
No, we were right up here at the hotel, right here.
So you really did go to bed at 10 o'clock and just get some sleep?
No, that's right.
Well, I read somewhere, and I never had known this before, but we know all your other accomplishments. You worked with a 6-foot rabbit before. Now you're working with a 6'3" gorilla. So I don't know if you're coming down or going up. But I never knew that you, as a young boy, wanted to be a magician. Is that right?
No, I've worked for a magician.
Oh.
I was an assistant to a magician. That's sort of the first time I got in show business, and the thing called Chautauqua back in Pennsylvania, and we did a sort of a tour. I handed him the stuff, and I pulled the strings and everything. He never told me how any of the tricks were done, but I pulled the strings, but I was the assistant.
So you never were a full-fledged magician?
No.
Well, of all the years that you've been in show business, I say you're pulling the strings now pretty good. And are you still active in the military?
Well, I'm retired. Retired 1968.
Well, we are so glad that you could be with us, and I know the day for you really is just beginning. And I can't predict the sun will be out, but it's not raining like it was about an hour and a half ago. We have the Queen with us today, and of course, Jimmy will reign supreme as the Grand Marshal. Catherine Ann Podest is the Queen, 17 years old. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you.
And you are, what do you go to, Flint Ridge Preparatory School?
Yes, I do.
You're a native here in Pasadena?
Yes, I am.
You have a lovely court. May I say that to you?
Yes, definitely. They are all very beautiful.
They certainly are. All of us are very beautiful this morning at this hour. What do you have for us?
I have a rose for you.
Thank you.
And a rose for you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, dear.
And a rose for you, Regis.
Hey.
And a rose for you, Mary.
Ah,
Thank you very much, Katie. Thank you
Katie,
very much.
thank you, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Willard. Willard Scott will be checking in with him in a few minutes. And Happy New Year to Jimmy Stewart, who is the Grand Marshal of the 93rd Tournament of Roses, and to the Queen, Katie Pothast. Well, that was very nice. Like I say,
And real sunny.
Yeah, Willard's
Real
only
sunny.
kidding about that 80 degrees. It's a little nippy out there, but the rain, I guess, has stopped. It will rain intermittent throughout the day here in Southern California. But we're joined now by Morgan Fairchild. Come on in, Morgan. You all see her on Flamingo Road and on the covers of every magazine in the whole world. Good morning and Happy New Year to you.
Morgan. Thank
Little rose for you, my Morgan.
Thank you.
Well, what did you do last night?
I stayed home.
Did you?
Yeah, you guys were out partying. I stayed home.
All by yourself?
No. I stayed home and had the romantic evening she was dreaming about.
Oh,
for
come
you.
on, Morgan.
Good
Let's...
for you. Well, you had quite a year in 1981, Morgan. A lot of publicity, a lot of magazine covers and so on. Would you consider it a good year professionally?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been terrific for me. And, you know, I've worked very hard. And this is what I've been in the business all these years trying
Sure.
to do, is get to a point where you're working at
But you got to thrive on work, don't you? You enjoy
Yeah, I'm a
it.
workaholic.
Mhm.
If I'm not working, I'm bananas, so.
You have such a successful series right here on NBC, but you also have a movie coming out, don't you?
Yeah, this month I have a new movie coming out called The Seduction, which I'm praying to God someone will go to see, because the movie business seems to be so bad right now. So I'm hoping that the audience will like it.
Well, Morgan, let's get involved in your juicy personal life, because
Oh,
after all, that's what everybody wants to hear. You know what I mean? The last time we talked, we had quite a lengthy conversation. You were telling me about the trials of finding a reliable, a good man in this town.
Oh, I remember.
For
We were
someone
talking
like
on your
yourself,
show,
yes.
yes.
Have you been able to accomplish that?
Well, I found one that we're sure giving it a try.
Oh, really? Well, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Does he work in the business?
Yeah, he does. He's here, as a matter of fact, somewhere.
Oh, really?
He's good looking, too.
He's a
Regis.
doll, yeah.
Does he prefer to remain anonymous, or can we mention who this guy is, or?
His name is Craig Denault, and he's a camera operator. He's shooting Star Trek right now.
Oh.
And he's a doll. He's a cutie. He looks more like a movie star than
Now, how does he
most
put up with
actors.
your schedule?
I don't know. He's very patient. But he's in the business, so he has a pretty good understanding of the kind of pressures you're under and the kind of hours. That's the thing. I guess most people never realize the kind of hours we really work.
What are your hours like?
Well, this week, like Wednesday, I had a 5:30 call in the morning. We finished about 7:30 that night. Then I had a 3-hour meeting with some agents from William Morris.
Mm-hmm.
I get home about 10:30 and 5:30 the next morning.
Very little time for him, then.
Well, we try to manage. It's just, you know, it has to sort of fluctuate around different people's schedules, because his schedule alternates, too.
In 1981, you were quoted as saying in People magazine, "I'm this year's blonde, but I have no intention of becoming last year's." Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that's not exactly what I said, but that's pretty close.
Well, what are you going to do about that?
Well, the main thing is just trying to find enough good parts and enough good things to keep you going. This town is very bad about trying to pigeonhole you.
Mm-hmm.
And see, if you do one thing well, they never want to let you do anything else.
What would be a new and different challenge for you?
Well, I've done just about everything, because I've been on the stage since I was 10 years old. So I've done just about everything. It's just that people forget. When I was doing Mork and Mindy out here and I was doing comedy, they forget you can do drama. Then when you start doing drama, they forget you can do comedy. Right now, I'd like to do some good light comedy. Some Carol Lombard type
Sure,
stuff, you know, screwball
sure.
comedy. And
But you worked in New York for a number of years before you came out here.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
find this town a tough nut to crack?
Yeah, I did. It's difficult out here because, and my sister's going through it right now too, is that people want to work with people they've already worked with. And nobody wants to give a new person a chance. And I see it happen all the time now that I'm sort of on the other end of it. I know when we were doing The Seduction, and because I'd already been signed, I had a bit of say-so about some of the other casting. And I would be there with the people reading, and I felt so bad, like having been one of those actors reading before. I felt so badly having this sort of life and death thing. And I never realized when you see that many actors in one day, so many of them come in and there's a desperation about them. They want that job so badly. And it made me feel bad. I guess some people sort of glory and gloating over having this power over people,
Yeah.
but I sure didn't like
It's
it.
a
I
tough
felt
spot.
that badly.
Well, you bought a house last year, I know that, in 1981, and I said to Morgan, now, it was up on a hill, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I said, the first time it rains, Morgan, I want you to remember me.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so
it's
far,
raining.
it's still there. No, we've had a couple of rains since
right,
then.
we
I'm
have.
not in it yet, but so far it's still
You're
there.
still not in that house? What is taking so
Oh,
long?
Regis, the story of my house.
You're building, I take it.
No, well, we're doing some remodeling, and it's just been bits and pieces of hassles.
Goes
and
on
stuff.
forever, doesn't it?
It goes on forever, mainly because when I first bought the house, Cosmopolitan magazine got involved, and they want to do a photo lab, and so they give me a decorator who is very sweet, but is in New York, and so we end up having these just conversations that sort of go from their magazine to the decorator to my business manager to my lawyer to the contractor back to the decorator. That sort of nobody ends up connecting. So we end up having these things that it's just dragged on and on and on and on.
Eventually, it'll work itself out.
I got this
I'm
house
sure.
in August, and it's still not anywhere near ready to move in.
We'll have to ask Gene Dixon about that.
That's right.
Gene, tell me will I get in at 82?
Well, Morgan, it sounds like you ended 81 on a high note. You've got the series Flamingo Road, the new movie coming out, the
Yes,
boyfriend,
and I get to
the
come
house.
in finally and visit with you.
That's right.
I've tried a couple of times to
And
come
we're
on
so
the
glad
show.
you're our first guest in 1982.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank
okay?
you.
Good luck. Morgan Fairchild,
Right here.
right back with America's Best and see Paul Luongo in just a second.
Big mackerel of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, icy Coke, steak, sundaes, and apple pie. Big mackerel of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, icy Coke, big steak, sundaes, and apple pie. Big mackerel of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, icy Coke, big steak, sundaes, and apple pie. Big mackerel of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, icy Coke, big steak, sundaes, and apple pie. Sing a song you can taste, na-na-na. Put a smile on that hungry face, na-na. Sing a song of the taste. You can only find it one place. McDonald's, you deserve a break today. Big Mac filet of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, icy Coke, big shake, sundaes, and apple pie. McDonald's, filet of fish, quarter-pounder French fries, McDonald's, big shake, sundaes.
When I heard that DuPont was building a chemical plant right next to here, I figured it was goodbye gardens. But DuPont installed equipment to minimize noise and systems to control air and water pollution to meet or surpass all local, state, and federal regulations. Turns out DuPont cared about the natural environment as much as I did. Now people come to see my gardens and never realize just beyond the trees, there's a DuPont chemical plant going full tilt.
DuPont, makers of better things for better living.
Look out, Ford.
Here comes big savings from Ford on the sun, the moon, the stars, and Mustangs.
Here's your sky, you made to let the sun through.
Now you can save $150 off the regular sticker price of Mustang flip-up open-air roofs, or $500 on sporty Mustang T-roofs. So catch a Mustang, catch the savings, and catch the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Here comes new, here comes now, here comes Ford.
We've been talking a lot about C. Paul Luongo this morning because he is quite a character. He's a public relations man from Boston, and for the past 6 years has pursued America's best. He will settle for nothing less, and it's nice to have you.
Good to be here.
Paul. Yes,
and
indeed.
you're America's best TV star.
Well, thank you very much. Now, here's a letter that C. Paul, he actually really lives this kind of life. This is a letter that he has written to Hollis Polotna, the reservation manager of the Beverly Hills Hotel, where he insisted on staying.
At the Pink
I'm
Palace.
confirming my stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel for 3 nights. I do require, now listen to this, this is how you make a hotel room reservation. I do require a deluxe single room with a double bed, plus 6 feathered pillows, and 6 large bath towels delivered to me and my room daily. Please send the bill to the Regis Philbin Show, 3,000. Now, he's not kidding. Laid it all out. But that's the way to check into a hotel.
Actually, I missed some items. Usually there's a dozen wooden hangers, a couple of television
Oh,
sets,
really?
a bowl of fruit, and I like my mints on the pillow at night.
Oh, do you?
Would you go to bed without one?
Absolutely not. Do you find that people really respond when you make demands on them?
Yeah.
Good.
Especially if you let them know in advance. If you catch them, you know, right on the spot, it's difficult at times. For example, I just wouldn't happen in on a Holiday Inn,
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
without them letting them know that I'm
course.
about to arrive.
Of course, right.
But when they know it, then you usually get it.
Give me the best hotel suite in the country.
At the Royal Suite at the Waldorf, now renting for about $1,500 the night.
Best resort.
Best hotel resort is the Mauna Kea in the Big Island of Hawaii, built by the Rockefellers.
Best summer resort.
Best summer resort, oh, in Mackinac Island, the Grand Hotel, has an 880-foot porch.
Best steak.
Best steak, America's best steak at Murray's Restaurant in Minneapolis. Oh, that's divine.
Murray's Restaurant?
Murray's Restaurant in downtown. And hello to you, Pat Murray, and to Gussie, who's been there for 45 years, cutting up that. They even slice it for you. Well, they will chew it for you.
Good for Murray. You mind if I chew my own steak, Murray? Listen, we are going to show you now some samples of America's best. We have America's best jelly beans, pizza, champagne, brownies, hot dogs. So let's begin, C. Paul Luongo.
America's best jelly beans?
Now, here are 3 examples of America's best jelly beans. I'm going to sample this one.
Are you a jelly bean expert?
Well,
not too good, is it?
Just so-so.
The best are done by the Golitz Confectionery Company. They're Jelly Bellies. They sell for about $5 a pound. They come in 35 flavors, and they have 50% less sugar. So when you get that bit about the sugar, the best is that.
Is it really?
You knew it. Those are the president's favorite.
Shall we put up these cards?
And there it is.
Jelly Bellies.
As a matter of fact, what has happened since, here is a Jelly Belly White House created in Chicago of ceramic. The president even has one of these by Wayne Kerjaya. And look, the detail, it's an exact replica of the White House. And Chicago, incidentally, is where America's Best was born. You know the story of my project.
You went in to review a couple of restaurants and wound up reviewing the city.
That's right.
Yeah.
I wasn't too fond of Chicago at the time, but now I love it.
No, it's a great city. Now, let's talk about pizza.
Chicago is the home of the stuffed pizza. They've gone beyond the deep dish pizza. Back home in Boston, we have America's Best flat pizza, which is at the European restaurant in the North End, which is the old Italian section of town. But Chicago has gone into the deep dish pizza, which is a thick crusted pizza. At Giordano's, they've done a double stuffed pizza, so it's 2 deep dish pizzas into one. It's 5 pounds and a dozen inches in diameter, and they'll mail it to you. These are frozen now. You can get them in the mail by a Federal Express when you absolutely positively have to have it for breakfast the next morning with your champagne, as we are having it here.
See, Paul, just by looking at them, I can tell you that would be the one I would choose.
That one?
Yes, that one.
But that isn't a deep dish stuffed pizza.
But I don't like a deep dish stuffed pizza. It's too thick, it's too heavy, it's too awesome.
But you could use a little weight here and there.
All right. Let me just see this one. What is this? Straw Hat?
Straw Hat is a place.
Here is Giordano's, and that's your pick.
Well, it would seem to me that would be the stuffed pizza
what do we
because
have
of the
here?
thickness and the crust that you can tell. You see the nice coloring of the tomato sauce and the stuffing inside. I assume they have done. I'm the only one that eats pizza without cheese. Can you imagine this?
All right, now, let us move on to our champagne.
Yes.
What we have here are 6 glasses of champagne, 2 from each particular brand. Now, let us take a sip, and then we haven't told you which is your favorite, okay?
But I'm an
America's
absolute
best.
There.
That's
Happy
very
New
presumptuous of you to be the one to decide what America's best is. You know that, don't you?
Because it's a little flat now under these lights, but not to worry. The mousse, you know, we judge the champagne by the mousse, which is the ring of bubbles. And the smaller the bubble, the better the champagne. You do notice that. We should have the narrower glasses that will retain the bubbles longer, not the wider brim.
See what I mean? America's best has become America's pest, but don't say anything.
This isn't bad, you know. What do you think of that one?
I like it.
And the next one, happy birthday as well.
Happy birthday. Have you heard it's his birthday?
The whole of Beverly. No, this is not it. No, that's bitter. Awful.
Okay.
Terrible. So you can tell at the first sip, really. Except it should be chilled a little more. No,
the first
not
one.
that.
It's the first one, right?
And it's got to be Schramsberg.
It better be the first one, or your
Blanc.
reputation is hanging by a thread.
You see?
Well, what do you
I
think
know
it
my
is?
champagne?
Schramsberg Blanc de Blancs.
It's made in the Napa Valley. It's the champagne that was used in the peace toast with a former president with Mao Zedong at the Great Wall of China.
All right, fine. Just tell me which is America's best brownies.
Here they are.
Right here?
Rosie's.
From?
Rosie's in Inman Square, Cambridge. Hello, Rosie, to you in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Okay, we're going to take a look.
You know, I held up her wedding while she made a batch of these brownies.
Well, hello, Rosie. Happy New Year to you.
Look who's here.
Not again, Mary.
Shades of last night.
Now, hot dog. You know, a debate really rages all over the country. Who actually puts out the best hot dog? And, of course, C. Paul Luongo, in his own style, has declared...
I love hot dogs.
Oh, I do, too.
But it's so...
And you do have a favorite.
Oh, yes.
All right, Mary has 3 of them right here.
It
Mary,
has to have
ones?
come with a natural sheepskin casing.
Well, take a look at this. Does that have a natural sheepskin? Regis, you're going to try this, too.
Oh, no, there's no casing on that at all.
Well, take a bite, taste it,
Oh, we must?
and then give us the remedy, America's
it.
best
Not
remedy
bad.
for
That's
indigestion.
not bad, but I don't think that's America's
Okay.
best.
It's typical American bland.
Regis, the second choice.
This looks the same.
Then we'll ask the gentleman for
You
their
went to the same
vote.
store, Mary.
No. These are
You know, I like my hot
drastically
dog
different.
steamed so that it's just about to burst and split. These
This
are
isn't bad.
That one's so
burst and split. Regis,
bad.
a third.
Can you believe
Would
this?
you like to clear your palate with more champagne?
I don't think any. Yes, we need it after this.
We should be putting this back in.
Of the
Now,
lot, this one has a little semblance of flavor.
I will take the second one.
Really?
the middle one? Okay. How about you, Mr. Connoisseur?
If I had to select one, it'd be this one, although it's still not the best.
He wants
See, Paul,
the third.
that's the last one.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
What?
He says that Nathan's hot dogs are the best. These are Nathan's hot dogs. I mean, that's really...
And
You know
what are
what
these?
you chose?
And which are these?
What you think. Your favorites are pinks, right?
Yeah.
That was the first one. You chose
Really?
Hebrew
Terrible.
National.
I love Pink's hot dogs.
Regis.
Oh,
Hebrew National.
There you go.
My pick is Hebrew National, see, Paul Luongo.
and I thought you were half Italian.
I am. Well, all right, so you
What we
say it's
got here?
Nathan's then.
It comes natural.
It sure does.
It's congenital.
They are great.
You-
They are great hot dogs. I
They
agree.
are.
I also know that you have selected the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders as America's best cheerleading
They
team.
are.
We'd like you to take a second look now for 1982 at the Los Angeles Rams cheerleaders, okay? And then we'll discuss this further. So
right.
here they are, the Los Angeles Rams cheerleaders. Very nice. Now, I thought that was just Mary, come on over here. This is Mary here, the leader of the Los Angeles.
How are you?
I want you to be very honest, and I want you to tell the ladies what you think.
Well, I think, first of all, they need a new fashion designer. I think that their colors and the uniform could be such that they could show their shape and form better. Don't you
I
agree?
think I can see their shape and form pretty well here,
Well, you know, it's early in the morning
Yeah.
for me. But that's one...
Are they getting
comment.
close to America's best?
Well, I think they could practice a few new routines. They're not intricate enough.
Oh, well, you... No, he's being extra hard on you.
Right.
He really loves you.
I think this leaves a lot to the imagination.
Well, some people don't like to guess.
I think you're all just beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much
love you all
for getting up this early in the morning and being with us. I
It's
wanna
America's
just
best.
A little more of this, okay? And then we're going to get with Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon coming up next, and once again, the Los Angeles Rams cheerleaders.
Which of the following jobs expose workers to the least on-the-job accidents? Did you pick chemical worker? Among all major companies in the country, Where does DuPont consistently rank in keeping workers safe from accidents? The answer? First. Where is a DuPont chemical worker safest? With DuPont's emphasis on workers' safety, he's actually safer at work.
DuPont, makers of better things for better living.
I'll lasso myself to keep from going cuckoo for my favorite cereal. Delicious, munchy, crunchy, chocolatey Cocoa Puffs. It's part of this good, nutritious breakfast. Now I won't get roped into going cuckoo.
Hi-ho, Sonny!
He's tied up.
But we rounded up some Puff Cocoa Puffs. Chocolate tasting Cocoa Puffs. Munchy, crunchy, chocolatey.
Cocoa Puffs! Yahoo! I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs! Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs! I'm fit to be tied for Cocoa Puffs.
When it comes to truck innovations, Ford has piled up a lot of them. Like Courier, first of the leading import pickups with mileage ratings this high. Now for 82, here's the first standard size 6-cylinder Ford pickup with this high mileage. Ford's first with out-front van design, and first with mediums redesigned for the 80s. Now meet the LTL 9000, the biggest Ford ever built. That's the way it stacks up for 82, the toughness and innovations you expect from Ford. America's truck, built Ford tough.
Dry cat food is so convenient. When she won't eat it, I can pour it right back.
If dry doesn't do it for your cat,
So it's a little hard.
tear into Tender Vittles brand cat food.
Fresh.
And watch him tear in. Cats love Tender Vittles. It's fresh every time. Each meal sealed to stay moist and delicious.
Look, just 8 more pounds to go.
Tear into Tender Vittles at every meal.
Fresh.
And watch your cat tear in.
Celebrate more New Year's Day with Regis. Coming up, Ed McMahon, Bryant Gumbel, football previews, and lots more.
Bowl as Heisman Trophy winner Marcus Allen takes on Penn State's All-American Kurt Warner. Then the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, as the Washington Huskies battle the University of Iowa Hawkeyes, plus the battle for the national championship in the Orange Bowl. The Nebraska Cornhuskers versus the #1 Tigers of Clemson later today.
I'm Nicolette Goulet. The March of Dimes saves babies, and they need your help. Please, give as much as you can. Thank you.
Saturday, the famous warehouse sale. Our biggest warehouse sale of the season. A warehouse sale so big, we've had to move it to 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Tremendous savings on over $1 million of famous names in TVs, stereos, appliances. Save 20% to 60% on furniture, housewares, domestics, and more. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with early bird specials 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The famous warehouse sale. 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Don't miss it.
The store-wide clearance at Fashion Gal. The prices speak for themselves. Sweaters, brush tops, and casual shirts.
$4 to $6.
Shetland sweaters.
$8.
The store-wide clearance starts Friday, New Year's Day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Save 50 to 70% and more all week long. And just wait till you hear the 2-day specials. Friday and Saturday only. Cowls and turtlenecks.
$2.99.
Oscar de la Renta designer jeans.
$9.99.
The store-wide clearance at Fashion Gal.
Kathy Leonard reports what's important to you.
We continue on this New Year's morning, and guess who just walked into the studio? And took over the entire studio as
All
only
my
he could
friends
do.
are here. I know everybody here.
Hugging
I know
everybody like,
Why
you know,
not?
Happy New Year's and all of that stuff.
I know Mary from Oklahoma City.
That's
I've
right.
known her for years. Before you knew her, I knew her.
Right, sure.
Kathleen, the lady, was in there earlier with the little dog. She's cute as hell.
Yeah.
I think it's great. Morgan Fairchild. Oh, is that a lot? Was God doing his best work on that day?
Really came through, didn't
Some
he?
he was away for the weekend, but with her, boy, he had all his tools out when he made her. She's lovely.
Well, what'd you do last night?
I'm very quiet. I don't, I always say to Johnny, I tell him, and no one believes it, I don't drink on New Year's Eve. I hate to drink with amateur drinkers. And what happens on New Year's Eve, a lot of people decide that, you know, they're going to, no one ever wants to get drunk. They say, well, I'm going to get, I hate to hear guys say, I'm going to get drunk. That sounds so terrible. It's stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
it's like I'm going to lose this football game. You know, it's stupid.
Yeah.
So I don't like to get out when there are a lot of kind of amateurs or crazies around. So I usually take it very easy. I'm very calm. I might have some champagne. Usually caviar and champagne is
You
my
go to your
idea.
favorite restaurant and
Yes.
just kind of take it easy?
Caviar and
there? Oh,
champagne,
that's
and
nice.
that's about it, you know.
You know, Ed, we have had some dinners together, and
Yes.
I think I've told the audience.
Oh, you
it's
have?
It's not just a dinner. It becomes a ceremony.
Yes.
I mean, from start to finish, it is unbelievable. And when you leave after dinner, You are...
You are.
But
I'm not.
Ed is all fixed and ready to
Right.
go some more. I've never seen
I
anything
think
like
that
it.
God, along with doing nice things like Morgan Fairchild, he gave us great rewards. If you work hard, if you really studiously approach your labors, at the end of the day, your rewards come. It's like Pavlov's dog.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, a man hits a bell, and you have 3 martinis and dinner. I mean, that's what God said. If you worked hard, you get this. And I've lived my life always like that, and I think it's true.
But have you ever had a hangover?
Not really. I don't get hangovers. I used to get in the service. When I first was drinking in the service, I think I got a couple hangovers. But I have helped many of my friends. I have a wonderful hangover cure.
Good.
Of course, the first one is not to drink. That's the first hangover cure.
Of course.
Or to drink in moderation. That's what we all should do. Yes. But if you do wake up in it, that terrible feeling, Johnny's got a great line in his act, when your hair hurts. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes,
I mean, that moment,
exactly.
oh, your hair hurts. That's the
how
moment.
my hair feels after a night with you.
With me, right? Well, we got into the brandy. See, if you get into the brandy, then you're going heavyweight. That's
But Ed, you made me sniff it. You
Well,
made
you
me
have to sniff
inhale
it.
it.
You don't drink
You
brandy.
made me kiss it a little bit, and then you finally let me drink it.
You fondle and make love to brandy. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Anyway, what happens, the next day, the best thing in the world is to get a nice cold beer. You know the one I mean.
Now, if you're suffering right now, please
That's right,
take note.
an ice cold beer, and put a couple of dashes of bitters in it. And the bitters and the beer, it makes kind of like a little marriage together. And if you drink that, now what happens is there's a lot of yeast, and beer is made from yeast. And yeast contains a lot of the B-complex vitamins. And that's what your body is missing and wanting desperately, is some B-complex vitamin. So if you drink a beer or two, don't go crazy, watch the football game, have some fun, it usually will bring relief.
Can you get the same kind of relief from a B-complex vitamin?
Yes, I know
But not as much fun.
Not as much fun. I know you eat vitamins. Oh, I couldn't believe it. Thank God you don't take me to dinner, so I have to eat those vitamins. I'm glad I take you.
What are your plans, Ed, for 1982? Do you know yet what you'd like to accomplish, or?
Well, I'm, of course, slowly on the side trying to build up a movie career, and I'm up for a role in a movie that I like very much we made in Rome. If I can get the right 2 weeks that they want. My schedule is always married to Johnny's. But it's the part I would love, the movie mogul. The head of the studio, that guy,
sure. With the cigar.
Sanic, the cigar, the whole thing. I would love that, and there's a good chance I have the part if I can get the time off. So I hope to do that in the spring. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to do the Tonight Show. I have a very easy schedule. I work for a lot of companies, as you know. I do a lot of commercials around the country for different companies, and I'm going to keep doing that. And just the movie career. That's the only thing I have. I hope occasionally I'll come over and see you and Mary.
Boy, that would be nice.
Could I come at a later time?
Was it painful getting up this morning?
It was a little rough, yes, because even though I don't go out and party a lot, you were up late. It's the idea of you want to watch the New Year come in, you watch Dick Clark, whatever you watch, and you just want to see it happen, and you don't go to bed.
You remember the story I told on The Tonight Show the day after Thanksgiving, after Ed and I had flown back in a Lear jet from the parade in New York City, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And we came back, and there was champagne, and there was wine, and so on. And when we got over the caviar,
you forgot the gravy. I had gravy in a thermos bottle.
Man had everything. Turkey, produced a turkey out of nowhere, and up came a turkey, and Ed carved it in gravy. And then over the Rocky Mountains, Ed went into what he calls his recovery period.
Yes.
He's quiet. Right. I thought you went into a little bit of a meditation there.
Yes.
And a little black coffee.
Right.
When you got off the plane, just as fresh as could be.
Did you ever see Fred Astaire stumble? Stumble? He never stumbled.
I never saw him stumble either.
Stumble? I stumble on stumble.
You're not as smooth as you think you are.
I got to get more sleep.
Anyway,
you have a card around here somewhere I can stretch out.
Thanks so much.
It's going to be a long day.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I hope your show in 1982 just takes off like gangbusters, because I love you.
So do I.
Okay,
Thank you, Ed, very, very much. Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to you, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
Stumbles.
Hey, we're standing by. This is Pasadena, California, and coming up next, Brian Gumble and some predictions, and some weather predictions as well. A little unusual weather here in Southern California.
Pro football's greatest team? That's easy. It's the National Football League and McDonald's restaurants, who've joined forces in the fight against serious children's diseases. The result? More than 30 Ronald McDonald houses across the U.S. A warm home away from home for the families whose children are being treated at nearby hospitals. We're proud to be involved and hope you'll support the Ronald McDonald House serving your community.
Look out, world! Here comes Ford!
Fairmont Futura. For $82, it's more car for less money, with more standard equipment than ever, and an all-new deep well trunk. Futura, more car for less money than last year. Beautifully priced, beautifully equipped. Fairmont Futura, the only car in America that actually gives you more for less.
Here comes new, here comes now, here comes Ford.
Is that the new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got?
Mm-hmm.
How come you haven't sent it in?
Oh, contests are just gimmicks.
That's what I used to think.
Oh, you have to be dumb to enter contests.
That's what I used to think.
I keep forgetting. Oh, it's not that important.
That's what I used to think.
You know that new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got? What's your reason for not sending it in? Lots of Clearinghouse winners used to think that, too. Come on, send it in.
Chuckwagon has the great taste of stew that brings dogs running. Chuckwagon dog food really brings dogs running, because Chuckwagon has the great taste of stew dogs love, with hearty beef, chicken, and vegetable-flavored chunks coated with real meat juices. Chuckwagon, the great taste of stew that brings dogs running.
Biggest college football day of the year coming up. 3 great bowl games here on NBC and about 5 major bowl games all around the country. We're going to check in with Willard Scott now, who is still out at the parade site today, and find out what the weather looks like for the rest of the country and those bowl sites. Hello again, Willard.
Hey, Regis, and hello, Mary, and Happy New Year again. I've changed hats. I now have the NBC Sports hat on. I have a fellow here who's changed. Come here. This one of the
Who are you? What do you do?
I was a legend about an hour ago. I was a big star like
Can I talk to the guys in the studio?
Say hello to the folks.
Happy New Year, Regis, Mary. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Brian, and good luck to you on the Today Show.
Hey, thank you very much. Congratulations to you, too. Good luck.
Thank you. It's going to be a pleasure following you every day here on NBC.
Well, let's hope we give you something to work with.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Brian, you never did sell your house out here in Calabasas,
No,
did
I
you?
haven't. We've never found a weatherman for today, either.
Well, you two guys have worked together. You know each
Now
other.
and then. Yeah, work together is a strange way of putting it. We work despite each other. Why don't you tell them about the weather?
What's all of this about the Today Show?
I wish I knew.
You're going to be doing the Today Show?
Sunday.
That takes care of that. I'm
Monday,
thrilled.
January 4th.
Tomorrow's not tomorrow, but Monday is the big day. Everybody be watching the show because Brian's going to be there. It's going to be a whole new ball game.
We're looking forward to it.
All right, we got to check a couple things here. First of all,
Go ahead.
You know all about sports. I know about the
I'll
weather.
back up. You talk weather.
Let's start here at Pasadena. Who's playing at the Rose Bowl?
Iowa, Washington.
Iowa, Washington. Weather: cloudy skies, 58 degrees. Tempe.
Penn State, Nittany Lions, USC Trojans.
You got it. Partly cloudy skies, more clouds, and partly at about 63 degrees. Okay, Dallas, Texas.
Cotton Bowl, Alabama versus Texas.
Partly sunny skies at about 60 degrees. It'll be chilly but nice. New Orleans.
Sugar Bowl, Pitt, Georgia.
That's going to be good weather, with a little cloudy skies and about 65 degrees, not too bad. And, of course, the granddaddy of them all, the Orange Bowl in Butte.
Don't do that around here.
Sorry.
The Orange Bowl, battle for the national championship tonight. Clemson Tigers going against Nebraska.
We didn't ask for an essay. We just wanted to
It's on NBC.
All right, anyway, I hate to say this. Miami, 80 degrees and sunshine. California, eat your heart out. That's it. That's all there is. There ain't no more.
Willard, let me ask you something. Is it raining right now out there?
It is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Look at this. Look at the sky. See, there it is. It's about 3 feet up.
I'm going to take off the sweater and the coat any second.
It's terrific out here.
Good luck, guys.
Never
Thanks
felt
very
more.
much for being with us on New Year's Day. Brian Gumble, the new host of the Today Show, and Willard Scott, the old weatherman of the Today Show as well. All right, that's what's going on around the country weather-wise. We're going to get some predictions now from Woody Brown, whom you see every week on Flamingo Road. Woody, of course, was a great defensive back for the University of Michigan under Bo Schembechler, and it's nice to have you here, Woody.
Thank you, Regis. It's nice to be here, and I wish you a Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. You have changed your appearance since your old football days, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit. Not much. Maybe 40 pounds, if that would change the way you looked a little bit.
What, from 190 to 150?
Yeah, probably a little less than 150, about 145.
Neck size, what does that mean?
Neck size from a 17 and a half to a 14 and a half.
No kidding. You've done this through dieting and running?
Well, primarily I just stopped weight training.
Ah.
And I started long distance running, and it just sort of happened over a couple years. It wasn't a real effort.
Incidentally, the winner of last night's marathon through Central Park was Eva Shields. That's been bothering me through this whole show. I said it was Eva Brooks. Eva Shields, and congratulations to her.
And Greg Myers, a good friend of mine.
Is that right?
Whom I went to college with. I heard you mention that,
Yes, that's
and I would
right.
like to congratulate Greg on his victory.
Let's talk football now. Let's start with the Fiesta Bowl, which will be the first game seen here on NBC in a couple of hours. Penn State and USC.
I think it's a great matchup. The Nittany Lions versus the Trojans.
They are almost identical identical, these two. Both have 9-2 records. Both have strong quarterbacks. Todd Blackledge led Penn State's upset win over Pittsburgh, and USC's John Mesa passed for over 1,000 yards. Both teams have quick running backs and outstanding wide receivers. But only SC has the current Heisman Trophy winner, the holder of 12 NCAA records, the great Marcus Allen. Okay, Woody, there's the rundown. Who do you like?
I'm going to go for USC. I think they both have great running attacks, but I think USC tends to put in some trick plays, and I think that their passing is what's going to make them the dominant force.
I have to agree with you. I like USC. It's tough to bet against them in big games. All right, we move on to the Cotton Bowl game now down at Dallas, Texas. And, of course, we have Alabama versus Texas. You can't tell the Alabama story without referring to Paul Bear Bryant. He's going for a 7th bowl win in 7 years and has the depth that other coaches just dream about. 3 quarterbacks, 9 running backs, and a defense that's among the very best. And that defense will be kept busy by the University of Texas playing for their thousands of fiercely loyal fans in Dallas. The Longhorns play aggressive football and can be explosive even without the injured All-American Kenneth Sims. Who do you like, Woody?
In the Cotton Bowl, I'm going to say unequivocally Alabama, because I think that they shuttle in those running backs like a factory. They're fresh, they're strong. Texas has lost their starting quarterback, and I think that Alabama will prevail.
It's tough to get bet against the Bear, isn't it? And incidentally, Mary is joining us, and Mary went for Penn State in that first game.
I have to.
Put me down for Alabama in the Cotton Bowl, and who do you like, miss?
Oh, come on, guys. I mean, give me a break here. Crimson Tide, well, maybe, but I'll go with the Longhorns.
Oh, all right,
so
fine.
Put an R there.
All right, to the Rose Bowl now. And, of course, we have Iowa, the Hawkeyes, versus the Washington Huskies. The Washington Huskies are a young team, mostly sophomores and juniors, with a strong defense and an offense that improved with every game. They're back in the Rose Bowl for the 3rd time in 5 years, this time against the best defensive unit of the Big Ten, Iowa. Coach Hayden Fry says his Iowa Hawkeyes go for the big play, forcing a turnover, an interception, or stopping the run. It's worked so far, holding Nebraska and UCLA to 1 touchdown each and stopping Michigan in Ann Arbor. Okay, as a Big Ten guy, what do you think?
Well, before I make my prediction, Regis, I would like to extend my congratulations to the University of Michigan Wolverines and Coach Schembechler for their victory last night over UCLA in the Blue Bonnet Bowl. I like UCLA, but of course, my alma mater being Michigan, I'm very proud of them. The Rose Bowl, I think, is going to be the sleeper bowl of them all. Iowa, tremendous defensive unit. They handled Michigan well this year. Washington is fast, and they have great linebacking. But I think the kicking game is going to be interesting, and Iowa has a tremendous kicker. A 50-yard average is just incredible, almost unheard of. So I'm going with the Big Ten and the Hawkeyes.
On a wet field, I'll take Washington because I think they're used to it. Mary?
I'm going for Iowa. It's close to my home
All
state.
right, very good. Now we go to the Orange Bowl. Good game today. Here, this will decide number 1, Clemson versus Nebraska. Whether intercepting other teams' passes or tripping up running backs like Georgia's Herschel Walker, it's defense that took Clemson to their top ranking this season. Touchdown passes like this one to Perry Tuttle established Homer Jordan as a quarterback who passes as well as he runs. Even though Clemson is undefeated, it's Nebraska that's favored in the Orange Bowl. Quarterback Turner Gill won't play tonight, putting pressure on tailback Roger Craig. Okay, how do you see it there?
Well, as I stand here, I think, Regis, that the players, probably depending upon where they are in the country, are having their pregame meals and they're getting taped and there's a little bit of butterflies. And I remember back to the night before we played Washington in my senior year in the Rose Bowl, and the coach would come in and he would meet with each player individually, especially every senior, and just tell you how much it meant to him to have you on the team and just to personally thank you.
I feel like I'm ready to go out there right now, Woody.
Well, the way you're throwing this ball to me, I think Michigan's going to probably recruit you next year for a quarterback. I'm going to go for Clemson. I think Clemson has everything to lose.
That's right.
I think they have a tremendous defense, not taking anything away from Nebraska. I think Nebraska had a couple early losses and have come back strong. But it's an emotional game, and I'm going to go for the Clemson Tigers.
I think I'll go with Clemson, too. They are number 1. I think they have a little more desire to win this game, so put us down for Clemson. Mary?
Yay for the Midwest.
Here comes Nebraska. All right, to the Sugar Bowl now in New Orleans. Georgia with Herschel Walker and Pittsburgh. A Until they were upset by Penn State, the nation's #2 ranked quarterback Dan Marino appeared to be leading the University of Pittsburgh to this year's NCAA championship. The Panthers have everything: outstanding receivers and the country's leading defense. But Georgia has one of the best pass rushers in the game and wants their second straight national title. And with the sensational everybody's All-America Herschel Walker, it's a real possibility. If Clemson loses and Georgia wins, the Bulldogs should be #1 tonight. Okay, Woody, how do you see that one?
Well, I think that Pittsburgh is going to prevail.
Really?
I think that they'll neutralize Herschel Walker, not to take away any of his greatness. He's a fine running back. I think that their loss to Penn State is not indicative of the quality of their football team, and their quarterback is tremendous, and I think in a bowl game, a quarterback really comes to the forefront.
Sure does. I will take Georgia because I think they have more incentive. If they do win, they can be #1, and put me down for Georgia. All right, those are the predictions, and we're going to check in with them on Monday morning, Woody, and see how you did.
Good.
We thank you very much
Thank
for being
you for
with us
having me,
today.
Regis.
Woody Brown from the University of Michigan and from Flamingo Road, and we'll come right back with Gene Dixon and more predictions for 1982.
Is a chemical plant, a rubber plant. And this is a rubber plant, too. A DuPont chemical plant that makes neoprene. Neoprene is a synthetic rubber invented by DuPont. Neoprene is used in fan belts, power steering hoses, brake lines. The point is, the rubber this chemical plant makes just couldn't take all the punishment, as well as the DuPont neoprene this chemical plant makes.
DuPont, makers of better things for better living. All over America, the word is on the street. The boss is back. It's Mustang GT with a 5-liter high-output engine, performance suspension, and options like a T-roof and Recaro seats. So whether your street is Sunset or Woodward Avenue or Route 66 through Amarillo, the word is out. It's Mustang GT. The boss is back.
Is that the new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got?
Yeah?
How come you haven't sent it in?
Who are you kidding? It's just a big come on.
That's what I used to think.
I've got more important things to do.
That's what I used to think. Me? I haven't got a chance. That's what we used to think.
You know that new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got? What's your reason for not sending it in? Lots of Clearinghouse winners used to think that, too. Come on, send it in.
They come from big cities and small towns. McDonald's All-American High School Band. 104 of the best high school musicians in America. Selected from thousands of nominations by high school band directors. They rehearse for hours and practice on their own. Good times are shared, friends are made. And together, they become the best high school band in America. This year, McDonald's All-American High School Band will perform in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day and other annual holiday parades. We're very proud of them.
Continuing live from Burbank, California this morning on this New Year's Day, and Happy New Year's, everybody. And Earl Greenberg wants you all to know the Mummers Parade has been canceled in Philadelphia because of inclement weather. Sorry about that, but the Rose Parade will go on as scheduled just about, well, getting pretty close now, about an hour from now.
About an hour.
Sure. We have with us now one of the most famous psychics, perhaps the most famous psychic of them all in the world today, Miss Jean Dixon, and it's nice to have you here, Jean.
It's nice to be here with you, Regis.
Suppose you get a lot of calls around this time of year to kind of predict what the oncoming year will bring.
Yes, and I received a call this morning at 4 o'clock. A roll call from the Regis
Oh, we appreciate you getting
Philbin
up.
show. And do you know, Mary, before I came, when I was invited for the show, I was told that Regis Philbin is one of the most thoughtful people, and he treats them so wonderfully well, all of them. But I don't know, Phil. I mean, Regis, I think I've changed my mind a little bit this morning. That 4 o'clock
A little
call,
too early for
little
you,
too
huh?
early. And then when you come to the studio, I think you have favorites. See, Paul Lugongo had hot dogs and champagne for breakfast, and we were served black coffee in paper cups yet.
Get Jean the hot dogs and champagne.
Gene, stick with the coffee.
Jean, let's talk about 1982. What kind of a year will it be?
Well, 1982 is going to be the best of years, and then again the worst of years, as Dickens said. But we have to look forward to something very great, I think, because the foundation, the bone of America, is American homes. And there's so many people, of course, being in the real estate, and real estate being my business of living, I'm very close to that. And I'm just looking forward to the interest rates going down to 8 and 9%, which they will do the end of 1982 and 1983.
Will this depression be as severe as we think it is?
And this depression, I think it's a recession at the moment, Regis, and I think the recession will be very bad for January and February, so many American families will have a very, very bleak winter. But then there's hope there. And then we go on into the middle of the summer, and our economy is going to be better. And at the end of this year, I think we'll be going full speed ahead. But there's one wonderful prediction for America. In 1983, I think we will be in a very fantastic, wonderful economy.
What about
we
the
have
present?
to work for it. We have to work for it.
What about the present crisis in Poland?
The present crisis in Poland is just that, and it's going to remain just the same. It's not going to be any better. And I feel as though they're going to have, of course, an economic collapse and a military government. And the sooner that our officials in Washington understand that, the better off we will be. Because while Walesa has done a beautiful job, I think the people in Poland were moving just a little too fast. They should have moved inch by inch by inch, and they would have it made. But let's look up the road for Poland a little while, to the end of this century, which is only 18 years away, Regis. Because I see then they have faith, and with that faith, and which we people in America must have that faith too, and change some of our habits. With that faith, they're going to come out on top, and they will be the leaders in the fall of the Iron Curtain. At the end of this century, there will be no Iron Curtain, and it will be the faith of the Polish people that will bring that about.
Well,
it will
that's
begin
terrific
it.
news.
Yes.
Gene, if I throw out some names.
Just throw out some names.
President Reagan.
President Reagan, yes. President Reagan, of course, is a personal friend of mine. I've known him for many years. In fact, before he was governor, he was a friend of my brother's, Ernie Pinkert. Ernie, my brother's very well known. And I met him, and I looked at him like I look at many people when I meet them. And I said, you are destined to be president of the United States one day, Mr. Reagan. He wasn't governor then. But the stepping stone will be the governorship of California. You will get it and make a wonderful governor.
And what's 1982 going to be like for him?
1982 is going to be rough for him. It's going to be good for him at the beginning of 1982 because the genius or brilliant David Stockman, yet very controversial, is going to get many of his budget cuts through Congress. But then come the November elections, and then Tip O'Neill is going to come out a little bit on top.
You said that Liz Taylor will get a divorce.
Yes, but not right away. When she got married, I predicted then, of course it was in the newspapers, the Los Angeles Times and Rupert Murdoch's Star, that the marriage would last for a while, but would not last indefinitely. Would not last definitely. It would be indefinite because I felt as though there was incompatibility there. I think they have great respect for one another. And as I said, and it was in print before they separated and announced the separation, that they would be separated not only in their marriage, but also by distance. The divorce is not right away, and I believe when the divorce will be gotten, and it will be, that Elizabeth will apply for the divorce.
Lady Di's baby this year. Will it be a boy or a girl?
Regis, I'm picking up thoughts on that, and this is a prediction. This is not a prophecy. This is a prediction. And I'm picking up that it will be a girl.
Lady Di will have a girl.
Isn't she beautiful?
Yes, she is.
Jean, thank you very much for coming out for Washington and being with us this morning. We sure do appreciate
Regis, for inviting me.
It's nice having Jean Dixon with us. Well, that about wraps up our hour here from Burbank, California. And it's nice to see you, and we hope we see more of you in 1982. So, Regis Philbin, Mary Hart, bye-bye, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Air transportation for some of Regis's guests furnished by Eastern Airlines in exchange for this announcement. For more flights to more of the Caribbean, chances are Eastern's going your way. Eastern, America's favorite way to fly.
Tuesday on Father Murphy.
You mean you want to be a student?
An unusual orphan causes a scandal when he gives lessons in gambling. Then,
well, isn't this cozy?
An old flame of Mavericks comes between Tom and him.
I'm just liable to forget what good friends we are. He threatening me, Tom.
James Garner is Brett Maverick, Tuesday.
The National Guard and Reserve. It's their job to protect you. It's you who protect their jobs.
Getting back to basics, here's what's new at Grandpa's.
Hey everybody, it's Dollar Days at Grandpa's, and the stores are jam-packed with bargains, like Cottonelle toilet tissue, Westinghouse light bulbs, gallon Purex bleach, 20-gallon trash cans, Motorcraft oil filters, and Valvoline motor oil. You just have to come in and see it all. Hurry, quantities limited.
You always save at Grandpa's.
I'm going to ask you to taste 2 regular colas.
In side-by-side blind taste tests, nationwide, more people prefer the taste of Pepsi over Coca-Cola. Here's Bill Heisman taking a similar test.
Which one do you like better?
I'd say the L.
What did you choose?
Pepsi. I'll be a son of a gun. I have to tell my wife what happened, that's all.
Don't take our word for it. Let your taste decide. Take the Pepsi challenge.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded. NBC is at the headquarters for the Tournament of Roses Association. And now, coming out to leave for the limo that will take them to their float in this year's parade, here is the 1982 Rose Queen, Catherine Ann Pothast, and her royal court. January 1st, 1982, NBC welcomes you to Pasadena, California for its New Year's Day telecast of one of America's most spectacular events, the 93rd Annual Tournament of Roses Parade. This morning, the parade pays tribute to friends and neighbors with Grand Marshal Jimmy Stewart and a special New Year's message from President Ronald Reagan. Your hosts are Michael Landon, star of NBC's Little House on the Prairie, Kelly Lang, back for her 8th year as co-host on the parade, and Bryant Gumbel, our commentator on the street and host of the Today Show as well as NBC Sports. Also adding to our parade lineup from the Today Show is Willard Scott, along with special appearances by Betty Thomas from Hill Street Blues, Pat Sajak, host of Wheel of Fortune, Todd Bridges of Different Strokes, and George DeCenzo of McLean's Law. The 93rd Annual Tournament of Roses Parade is brought to you by Rose Milk Skin Care Lotion with tiny micro droplets for softer, smoother skin, and by the Bell System and its employees, who are proud to present in part the Tournament of Roses Parade, and by the Heinz family of quality food products who wish you a Happy New Year.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are. They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good, and that's why I use Rose Milk Skincare Lotion. Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk is never greasy. Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
Sandy Duncan, for Wheat Thins.
When I was growing up in Texas, Nabisco products were all over our house. You know, we had crackers and cookies and everything. So it's sort of funny that I would grow up to represent one of their products. I like Wheat Thins with cheese and fruit, but I think my favorite way of eating Wheat Thins is just right out of the box. One after the other.
Wheat Thins, the light little cracker with the big wheat taste, baked only by Nabisco.
Joey called this morning.
So how's Joey? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing? Our Joey called 2,000 miles. The kids are all right?
Fine.
Sally?
Fine.
The kids are fine. Sally's fine. So why did he call?
I asked him that too.
And why are you crying?
Because Joey said I'd call. Just because I love you, Mom.
Reach out and touch someone. Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm Bryant Gumbel, and I'm at Tournament House, and the Grand Marshal of this year's Rose Parade, Jimmy Stewart, is exiting the house right now, along with the tournament president, Mr. Harold Coombs, Jr. And as we welcome Mr. Stewart, good morning, Jimmy. Congratulations to you. Do I say congratulations to you, or do you welcome me to your parade? Before we do anything else, I have a bit of advice coming to you from a former Grand Marshal here and a good friend of yours, Mr. Bob Hope.
Hey, Jimmy, as a former Grand Marshal twice over, I want to give you my congratulations and pass on the most important advice that any Grand Marshal will ever receive. Make sure you don't drink too much coffee before you ride. Remember, it's 3 hours. Roy Rogers, I told him about it, and he said, how'd you like to be on a horse, too?
It's wise advice from a good friend.
Sound advice, and I've followed it to the letter.
I know you have followed this parade for many, many years. Did you ever dream you would wind up being the Grand Marshal?
Never. And it's a great honor, and I'm having a great time.
The theme, Friends and Neighbors, I can think of no one more fitting. Star of over 70 films, a general in the Reserve U.S. Air Force, and of course a great friend of Americans for many, many years. Congratulations again and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ben. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. President. And now also presenting a bouquet of First Lady Nancy Roses to Mrs. Jimmy Stewart, Gloria Stewart, is Ellen Hoff of the Pasadena Beautiful Foundation. Oh, and... Okay, fine. All right, Michael, let's go to you.
Good morning. I'm Michael Landon, here to wish you a very happy new year with my favorite co-host, Kelly Lang.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. It's a pleasure to be with you again, too. And once again, NBC is covering all the action down on Colorado Boulevard, and we guarantee you at home the best seat in the house to watch this great parade.
Still, I'll tell you, when they came to get me this morning, Kelly, with the ropes and the whips, it seemed a lot earlier than in the past.
I'll bet it did. Actually, so much is going on this morning that we're beginning a half hour earlier, you might have noticed. Right now, we want to start things off with a preview of a performance by the famous Kalani High School Marching Band, who back on January 1st, 1968, came to the Rose Parade for the very first time. They used whips.
The producer is brutal here.
Good morning. My name is Susan Yonimura, and I play the flute. Today marks the second time our band has been selected to perform in this marvelous parade. From all of us in Honolulu to all of America, a very happy new year, or as it would be said in Hawaii, Haole Makahiki Ho.
Now, here is a man who's a whole parade all by himself. He's just as much fun, too. From the Today Show, our buddy Willard Scott. Morning, Willard.
Hey, listen, gang, it's fantastic here in Southern California. Isn't that right? Beautiful. Sun is shining. You never saw such great weather. Let's see who some of the people are. They've been here all night waiting. Excuse me, ma'am. Could you tell me where you're from? Just a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Holy mackerel. You got a Hill Street Blues t-shirt on. You
Hold it. You just touched my sleeping bag, did you not?
But not your body.
It's a good thing.
Why?
Because I am Officer Lucille Bates.
Uh-oh.
And you have just committed a second-class misdemeanor.
Wait a minute. I'm a weatherman.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You prove it.
Partly cloudy.
Now, yeah, right. Now, listen, you got two choices here.
What are they?
One, you can have consul.
Right over there.
You can have consul. Hi, how are you? You can have consul, or you can remain silent.
I'm a weatherman.
Yeah, forget the remain silent then. All right, let's roll.
Hey, I think that's the hottest interview I've ever done today.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the bit. Okay. Happy New Year. Give me a little.
A little?
That's the nicest sugar I've had today.
Yeah, how long have you been here?
About 15 minutes.
All right.
Have you been here all night?
I've been here all night. In fact, I'm serving coffee later on right in here. Everyone's welcome.
Okay.
Anyone can come
Would
in.
you hold this for me, please? Here, I'll do it. See what we can do here. I'll do the best.
To be a pepper, original like a pepper, all you got to do is taste. Be a pepper, know the pleasure of the flavor you will treasure. All you got to do is taste. Be a pepper, flavor's got a feeling, original and appealing, and all you got to do is taste. To be a pepper, open up the Dr. Pepper, and all you got to do is taste. Be a pepper.
Big news for raisin lovers.
Even more raisins in Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
2 bigger scoops of raisins in Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
Jimmy's got the news, too.
He's telling everyone he can.
2 bigger scoops of raisins.
In Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
2 2 bigger scoops give Kellogg's Raisin Bran even more raisin flavor.
You can't keep good news to yourself when you're a Raisin fan.
2 bigger scoops of raisins.
In Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
Is that the new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got? How come you haven't sent it in?
Intelligent people don't enter contests.
That's what we used to think.
Contests? They're probably rigged.
That's what I used to think.
There's gotta be a catch.
That's what we used to think.
You know that new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes you just got? What's your reason for not sending it in? Lots of Clearinghouse winners used to think that, too. Come on, send it in.
Next in our morning lineup events, here's Buck Schaffer and his top-rated Porterville High School Panther Band.
I've been with the band 29 years, and this is my 3rd appearance in the Rose Parade. As director, I've seen this group of outstanding young musicians winning superior ratings and appearances all over the country, and we'll be in top form again this morning.
You know what? I think we're on the air, Bob. You have no idea how much fun this is if you've never been here. It's only been 93 years. Bob, you haven't been here quite 93 years, right?
22, 23 years in the tournament.
Bob Levitt is part of the action here, and I'm telling you, these people knocked themselves out. You actually have worked on the parade now for 23 years.
Right.
I've never missed a one.
No, not a one.
Now, the only thing I don't understand is why do we have cloudy skies? Southern California is classically renowned for its spectacular weather.
It didn't start until we began to have weathermen showing up and working the shows.
You think I'm your Jonas
right.
whatever?
I think so.
Was it 1955 was the last time?
55, it rained quite a bit.
But it's never been rained out, has it?
No. We've had rain up until the parade time, but never rain during it.
Well, this is a rare moment for us, and I want to congratulate you and everybody here at Pasadena for all the things it's been. You have no idea, as I say, how much work goes into a thing like this.
Quite a few people. About 1,400 men, volunteers, do the work.
And the people that work in it are superb. So the one little thing I'd like to do for you, Robert, before we leave, is not to give you this rose, but something that's very rare in Southern California. You hardly ever need one. Here's an NBC umbrella. I want you to have this, okay?
All right.
Let's wish everybody a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
Okay, right now we'd like to have you take a look ahead at one of today's marvelous Rose Parade floats. This one is sponsored by the Casablanca Fan Company. As you can tell, the Casablanca Fan Company float is a multitude of flags from all over. There's a little calliope effect to give you the musical presentation that makes this float what it is. A little member of the American troupe with the fife, the drum, and the bugle. And they've decided to use elephant power to move their 30-foot-high American Eagle mechanically military bandwagon. The entry is called Let's All Be Friends and Neighbors. Of course, that's the theme for this fantastic parade. Now, all I got to do is find some peanuts for that elephant. One-size peanuts. Jimmy Carter, now that we need you, where are you?
Okay, Willard, we'll find him for you. Next, we have 3 ladies who take Geritol and know how very important it is to take care of themselves. Here they are.
You're not too young for Geritol, but it's Geritol.
With the iron that you should take,
Geritol.
And you want to stay in good shape,
Geritol.
And do what's best to look great.
You're not too young for Geritol.
Get your rest and exercise and take Geritol every day. Each Geritol tablet is a special combination of potent amounts of iron and lots of important vitamins.
You're not too young for Geritol.
Tonight, in America, millions of adults will have trouble falling asleep. And tonight, more of these people will count on Sominex than any other sleep aid. At times like these, Sominex helps you feel drowsy, so you get to sleep in minutes. Next time sleep escapes you, trust Sominex to help you sleep. Medically tested Sominex. It's simply faster.
Right now, we're going to show you a look at a model of one of this year's most absolutely delightful floats. It's called the Elk Serve Children Everywhere, and it highlights a whole group of moving carousel animals. Look at that. This is just the model, and we'll see the real thing and how it turned out later on. There's a little rabbit with a little girl on it. I think the model was probably just as much work as the real thing. Now we'd like to take you on a little journey back in history to pay tribute to the combined performances of over 1,000 of this country's finest young musicians, all members of the McDonald's All-American High School Band.
It was January 1st, 1969, when I had one of the most exciting mornings of my life playing trombone in the Rose Parade. And if you look real closely, you can see me there in the front rank. It was the start of my musical career. My name is John Hollenbeck, and in the years since then, I have become president of Local 353 of the American Federation of Musicians, principal trombonist with the Long Beach Symphony, and a member of the music faculty at California State University, Long Beach. And each year, more young musicians march down Colorado Boulevard and into the future. We continue with our parade preview now, and one of the very special treats coming up in the parade this morning is Honda's float. It's called Fun for Everyone, and they have actually built an entire roller coaster that really works. And in case after you've seen it, you'd like to build one in your own backyard, well, we've got a little training film just to show you how. Of course, we don't have time, too much time, so we're going to have to speed things up a little bit. So take a look fast. On second thought, maybe your backyard isn't really the place to build it. That's why this parade incorporates the talents of some of the finest float builders in the whole world. What a job, huh?
It certainly is. Now, Kelly, let's go back down to the street and talk to Willard.
All right. Willard. Ah, we've got something else for you. We're going to show you how much fun it is to ride on that roller coaster. We decided to put it to the full test and bring in the vice president of NBC in charge of roller coaster riding. Here is Todd Bridges from Different Strokes riding the roller coaster. Can we get that? And with all the people and activity in Pasadena this morning, you need a police force that's really on the ball. One fella who's been doing a terrific job for NBC is George DiCenzo. He plays Lieutenant Denisco on the new hit series McClane's Law.
McClane's Law. You
Right
all
now,
remember that? We're fighting Dallas for our life, but we're going to beat him. And I'm very proud to be here with my dear friend, Lieutenant Roger Kelly from Pasadena PD. Hello, Roger.
Good morning, George. How are you today?
Thank you. We all learned the same thing. Good morning. How are you today? My pocket is being picked as we speak. But this is a heck of a group back here, and this is a heck of a game about to be played. Hope you're all going to enjoy it because it's raining here, and we're trying to look very happy, and it's very early in the morning, and I have not had any sleep. And New Year's Eve was last night, and it's now New Year's Day. And how are you? Anything you'd like to say?
Well, welcome to Pasadena and the Rose Parade and the Tournament of Roses and the Rose Bowl game for 1982.
And we've got two big teams competing today, and hopefully Brian Gumble will be able to... You see what I mean? I mean, once you're a star on TV, that's it. There's nothing else. But I'm used to that. We have the Norton Simon Museum here. It's wonderful. It's raining. People are trying to look happy, and they're being paid a lot of money behind me to look happy. These are all extras. About 47,000 extras have been hired by NBC to be here. Brian Gumble is anxiously waiting to get to the microphone. Pat Sajak is just dying to get to the microphone. And in the meantime, here's Lieutenant Roger Kelly once again.
We'd like to say today that we've been fortunate to have the rain stop. It's been raining all night, and we're going to have a good, clear day for the rain parade today, and hope everyone here and on TV enjoys the parade.
Jim Arness, where are you now that I need you? You've got to be out there somewhere, boss. Oh, no, I'm your boss. That's right. McClane's Law. It's a good show, guys. You ought to watch it. We're a little bit unethical. You know what I mean? Anyhow, Pat Sajak, I see in the background talking to Brian Gumble, and it looks like it's very serious. And Brian just gave me one of those wonderful looks. You know, watch this. It means he's not ready to go on yet, and he's being paid a lot of money by NBC, so therefore he doesn't go on unless he's called to go on. But he's dressed beautifully. I love him. He's handsome. Wait a minute. What am I talking about? Anyway, Lieutenant, what do you think about the problems of crowd control at something like this, since there are 9 million people here, and I don't know how I'm going to get out?
Well, we've had a very fortunate evening this year. It's been very quiet and peaceful, and the crowd has been excellent. We hope that they continue to behave and that they enjoy the parade and drive carefully when they leave and just obey the officers' directions when they're out here.
My left arm around the lieutenant actually means nothing more than just a friendly gesture, for those of you that think otherwise. In the meantime, I must tell you, this is quite a spectacle because, excuse me, I just busted a man's jaw in the background, but he's a lovely man, and his orthodontist is mine also. This is kind of, isn't it cute? I love it when the guy off the camera is going like this. But anyway, wait a minute, we'll return to Kelly. Isn't that so fun? Fun show. Goodbye.
All right, George, enough already. We'll return, as a matter of fact, to the 93rd Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California. That's in just a minute, promise.
One delicious bowl of Kellogg's Product 19. Good. Starts you with 100% of 9 vitamins and iron. Bye, Mildred. Vitamins that can keep you company during the day. So through rain or shine, you're never alone. No matter how things stack up, the vitamins in Product 19 can help. 100% of the way, 100% of the day. Good night, Mildred. Kellogg's Product 19. We're with you 100%.
Presenting the Radar Range Space Mate, the first over-the-counter microwave oven made the Amana way.
Only Amana gives you the radar range oven's full-size stainless steel interior. The Rotowave system with 700 watts of power for fast, even cooking. And only Amana gives you a vent hood powerful enough to go over an electric or gas cooktop grill. The Radar Range Space Mates made the Amana way. Once again, Amana rises above the competition.
Get my thing adjusted. We are definitely on. Right here in beautiful downtown Pasadena, I'm adjusting my button. Washington on this side, Iowa on this side. May the better team win. Let's see some of the people that have been standing around, in some cases, for 24 to 36 hours. Turn around there so the folks at home will know. Who are you?
Cindy Nelson.
And you let me borrow your lovely rose. Where do you live?
Madison, Wisconsin.
So who are you cheering for?
Iowa.
Hey, an Iowa fan right here. What's your name, sir?
Bob Niebuhr.
That's the worst hairpiece I've ever seen in my life.
I needed that.
Where are you from?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Let me see those eyes. Oh, big night last night. Anybody from Washington here? We try for equal. Oregon, that's close enough. You're from Oregon?
Yep.
What's your name?
Becky Norman.
And you, of course, are cheering for your neighbor.
Oh, of course.
Iowa.
Iowa.
Oh, are you cheering for Iowa?
No.
You better not.
Washington.
With those blue eyes, you'll tear them up. Hey, Happy New Year. Let's see, excuse me. We have somebody here on the floor, on the ground. Wait a minute, Buster. You can't sleep on the sidewalk. This is a public place.
There's several other people in here.
Oh, he's having a party. Hey, I want you to meet the star of the Wheel of Fortune. Stand up here. The one thing we don't need in this place is another weatherman.
Yeah, I do it out here, and I was out of town. I have no response. What did you predict?
Partly cloudy and chance of showers.
Good going, Willard. You've done it again.
That's Sajak, the star of Wheel of Fortune on NBC television, and the #1 weatherman in Los Angeles for at least 25 rating books.
I'm in the top 5 anyway, certainly. I'm right up there. I'm right up there, yeah.
Well, Wheel of Fortune is doing very well.
It's doing very nicely. I just started the show this week. We've done 4. We would have done 5, but there was a parade today.
Yeah, canceled.
Yeah, but it's going very nicely. Yeah, it's fun. I'm spinning that wheel like crazy.
That is true. I love game shows, and once in a while I do a crack at Battle Stars, and I think that's more
You
fun.
would be a wonderful game show contestant.
Well,
you
I'm
really
ready.
would. Jump up and down.
Ask me a
Everybody
question.
move.
Yes. There goes the Richter scale. San Andrea has no faults. I wanted to ask you, you are smart enough to leave town. You just have returned from where?
7 hours ago, I was in Hawaii. And there are very few events that would get me back here on a rainy day, but the Rose Bowl is one of them.
And they're not paying him. We're doing this because we love it.
Yes. Oh, they're not paying you?
No.
Oh.
You feel better now, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I thought I was the only one.
Did you go out last night and tear him up, or did you do it on the plane?
I was on an airplane. They blew a horn, said Happy New Year, and I went to sleep. That was, that was the end of it.
You probably could have celebrated in about 4 zones from Hawaii to here.
We did, as a matter of fact.
That's great. We actually did. Just come on the airplane, crossed over, and he's here right now.
That's it.
And I don't think there's anything any way in the world we could ever describe, even television with all its magnificent pictures, the enthusiasm and the spirit of this thing. You've seen more than I have.
And you know, this parade has phenomenal success with the weather. It's not going to rain on this parade. It can rain all night, but it does not rain on this parade. It's amazing.
Well, about 2 hours ago, it was coming down in buckets, and it started to clear up.
That's a technical term.
Yeah, meteorological term, bucket. But the sky's beginning to. That's a bucket. That's a rain shower. But
that's a barrel. Yes. I'm sorry.
The sky is lifting, and so's our producer's arm, and he says to throw it to Kelly, who I have been in love with for at least 10 years.
I have thrown it to Kelly for 5 years here. May I throw it to Kelly?
Let's have a collective throw.
Hey, Kel, all yours.
Oh, I have never had it so good. I've had it thrown to me by 2 weathermen, I tell you. Today's theme of the parade is friends and neighbors. And so today we asked a good friend and neighbor across the street from us, the Norton Simon Museum, to select a few items from their collection that will add to the theme, the floral theme of this parade. So we have some beautiful paintings. Girl with Lilies. This is by Diego Rivera, and it was presented by Cary Grant to the Norton Simon Museum. This one is called The Mulberry Tree by Vincent van Gogh. And here we have Exotic Landscape by Henri Rousseau. Very much in keeping with the Rose Parade and all the fresh and beautiful flowers.
Now, Kelly, last year, President-elect Ronald Reagan was kind enough to come in front of our NBC cameras for a special New Year's Day greeting. Now, as president, he speaks to us this year from the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, President Ronald Reagan.
Thank you, Michael, and good morning. Although I know most of the world celebrates the New Year with us today, I think this holiday is an especially American tradition. Most of us are at home or with our families this morning, getting ready to watch the splendor of parades and excitement of football. Later, our families will gather around the dinner table and We'll pray for guidance and strength in the new year. Today we take a short and well-earned break from the building and industry and enterprise that make our country strong. We pause to reflect on the values of God and family and freedom that make us great. I wish both teams this afternoon the best of luck, but Iowa has a special place in my heart. Years ago, I broadcast their football games on WHO in Des Moines. I find special meaning in that this New Year's Day, this Hawkeye team has made it to the Rose Bowl. You see, when I knew them back in the 30s, the Hawkeyes were struggling to get out of one of those low periods that come every once in a while to a school and a team. The first game I broadcast turned out to be the game in which Iowa scored its first touchdown against a Big Ten team in 3 years. And that marked a turning point in Hawkeye fortunes. Coach Ossie Solem took Iowa on the comeback trail with men like Zud Schammel, Dick Crane, Ozzie Simmons, Ted Osmolowski, the Fisher brothers, and so many others. Then followed the Iron Men under Coach Eddie Anderson with the immortal Niall Kinnick. A similar team will play the Washington Huskies today. Like the Iowa Iron Men, we Americans are known for dreaming with our eyes wide open. We live our dreams and make them come true. Our ideas and energies combine in a dynamic force. The kind of force that brought the Hawkeyes to Pasadena enables America to overcome great odds. We call it the American spirit. In 1982, this country faces serious challenges. We're gripped by a recession brought on by decades of government mismanagement. But we're making a new beginning as a nation. The road to recovery is never easy, but America's no stranger to challenges. We need only live up to our convictions to set things right. We need only believe in ourselves, in our country, and in tomorrow. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and a Happy New Year and best wishes to you and your family from all of us here. And now here comes the theme float for the 93rd Tournament of Roses, Friends and Neighbors. And I ask you, who's made more friends than the Muppets? Well, in this entry presented by America's credit unions, it does look like the Muppets may have gone a bit Hollywood on us. Up front, Fozzie Bear has got himself a motion picture camera and is frantically trying to prove he can challenge DeMille. Look at that.
I want you to know that Miss Piggy's hair is done in raffia from Madagascar. Hard to get, you know.
The gorgeous thing, isn't she?
By the way, she's wearing purple. She was supposed to wear yellow, but we were told that is not one of Miss Piggy's favorite colors.
As we come around to the side of the float, we're going to see Kermit playing his banjo and serenading one of the most formidable talents of her time. That forker of prodigious proportions, the lovely Miss Piggy, who this morning seems to be out to catch the eye of an eligible producer in the crowd. A real vision, isn't it? Oh, we're going to get a look on the other side of the float now. There's my man. Miss Piggy is stretched out on her casting couch, of course, exposing those famous gams.
Her beautiful complexion was done in cornmeal.
Oh, it's making me hungry. By the way, those beautiful legs are insured by Lloyd's of Loyne for,
oh, come on.
For megabucks. Oh, what a great float to lead off the parade. She takes a long time in makeup too, Kelly. now led by Marshal Bill Wagoner Jr. as the Long Beach Mounted Police with a proud tradition of 31 years in the Rose Parade. These 50 riders on their white mane palominos are the official color guard of the parade and were founded back in 1935 to keep alive the pioneer history of California. And next, marching in front of our NBC cameras, come the 145 members of the Tournament of Roses official band. These fine musicians, under the direction of Robert Evenen, are from the Pasadena City College, and this is the 52nd consecutive year the band has appeared in the parade. A magnificent band. And here's a stunning float from Sunkissed Growers, which pays tribute to one of America's great traditions, of barn raising. You know, it'd be hard to find a more perfect statement of what this year's parade theme is all about. Friends and neighbors coming together in the space of a single day to collectively build an entire barn. To perform his neighborly miracle, the walls and timbers were first hoisted into place with thousands of feet of rope and then made secure with pins and braces. Once that job was done, the rest was comparatively easy. Those were the great days when you knew who your neighbor was. Look at that. You know, I understand, Kelly, that's how you put up your new house. You just fix a little fancy lunch and had a few NBC cameramen come over and pitch in.
Right. Unfortunately, it keeps falling down like the sets. That's 2 shots, Michael. Ah, that one's fun.
Isn't it great? Charles Ingalls could use those neighbors. Wouldn't have 500 people jammed in that little house.
We have a winner coming up now. It has won the grand prize this morning, the prize for the most beautiful entry in the commercial class. It's from Avon Products, called Beauty of the Orient. It's a stunner, drawing its inspiration in rich colors from the Grand Kabuki of Japan. At the front is a towering kabuki character outfitted in a traditionally patterned obi. It's made of debutante camellias, carnations, and miniature roses. There on the temple steps in the center of the float is the lovely 1981 Rose Queen, Leslie Kim Kawaii. Classic figure in the Japanese tradition called Beauty of the Orient from Avon Products. There's Leslie waving to the crowd. This is the last day of her reign as the 1981 Rose Queen. On the back of the float, wonderful classical dancers, all members of the Mitsusa Bando dance troupe of Los Angeles. Hi, Bryant. He's got a buddy.
Oh, Lauren, I told you to cut your hair.
A beauty, and once again, winner of the grand prize for this morning's Rose Parade. Very proud they are. Marshal in this year's Rose Parade. It is, of course, Jimmy Stewart. And by the way, an old friend of Jimmy Stewart's wants to say a surprise hello.
Good morning, Jimmy. Along with the honor of being a brigadier general in the Air Force, you now have the honor of being Grand Marshal in the Rose Bowl Parade. I can't think of a better choice for this year's theme, Friends and Neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, every once in a while a performer gets asked to do something he kind of shies away from. But being chosen Grand Marshal of the Rose Parade has got to be one of the highlights in any career. And Gloria and I thank you, and we wish you all the very best happy New Year.
Jimmy Stewart, what a one. There he is with his wife, Gloria. An extraordinary 50-year career he's had. Certainly few actors have ever been so human and so much loved by America, so much a part of the people. Really an outstanding choice for Grand Marshal. Happy New Year, Jimmy and Gloria.
And now 4 outstanding Marine bands. The Marine Corps Recruit Depot Band from San Diego, the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing Band from El Toro, California, the 1st Marine Brigade Band at Pearl Harbor, and the 1st Marine Division Band in Camp Pendleton, California. All have contributed their best to form the composite U.S. Marine Corps Band. The 102 musicians chosen specifically to participate in this parade now perform under the direction of Chief Warrant Officer Terry W. Ernest. And listen to this. Hey, and we have a winner. The theme prize, the most fitting presentation of the theme in a non-commercial class. A 30th anniversary is an occasion that anyone could point to with pride. And that's how many years the Old Fellows and Rebeccas have been an active participant in this parade. The subject for their float this morning was first inspired by Canada's courage and friendship when they did so much to help in the escape of Americans from Iran during the hostage crisis. So this entry salutes a long friendship that has existed between the U.S. and its northern neighbor.
Rose milk has a way to smooth and soften your hands thoroughly. Watch.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are. They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good. And that's why I use Rose Milk Skincare Lotion. Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk is never greasy. Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
Retiring to the sun, huh?
Yes. Oh, I was dragging my feet a little. Everyone's here.
Well, you can always visit by phone.
But we have to watch our pennies.
Fine, call on weekends.
But 2,000 miles away.
You can dial direct anywhere, state to state, visit for 20 minutes for only $3.84 or less, tax included.
20 minutes for only
$3.84.
Oh, that makes leaving my favorite people a whole lot easier.
Reach out and touch someone.
Fame is ambition. Fame is coming Thursday on NBC.
We're back with the 93rd Annual Rose Parade this morning, and here comes the 10th anniversary present from Lowry's Foods. This is a recreation of the romance and beauty of early California. This is a beauty. A Spanish-style courtyard with lush gardens. It's called Fiesta. Poinsettias, orchids, roses, birds of paradise. Overhead, graceful cockatoos looking down as a young couple listen to the music of a strolling mariachi band. And there's Vicky Carr and her husband, Michael Nielsen. She's wearing her wedding dress, Michael.
That's a beautiful float, isn't it? Look how delicate
Absolutely.
that is.
Again called Fiesta, and in keeping with the theme of this year's parade, it's a tribute to our neighbors across the border in Mexico. It's wonderful. Usually owls and bears don't hang out together, right? But Woodsy Owl and Smokey Bear are really a team. Look at them. Just about every kid in America knows and loves them. And here they are, leading off this dramatic float from the city of Torrance, California. It's called Woodland Friends. And that goes not only for Woodsy and Smokey, but for that stunning family of California quail that you can see right behind them. A reminder of our need to protect all of nature's animals, truly our friends and neighbors, and that is the theme for this morning's parade. Woodland Friends from Torrance, California.
Those are the biggest quail I've seen in this parade.
You're not kidding. You can see there's water on the streets, but the sun is starting to peek through a little bit, and it looks like it's going to turn out to be a nice day after all.
It's incredible. It was pouring here 2.5, 3 hours ago. I couldn't believe it.
And now from Midland, Texas, here's a member of the highly esteemed Midland High School Bulldog Band. This fine band chosen today to represent the states of New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Their director is Clyde Wilson.
waiting to rejoin you. I did make it back from Tournament House. I was waiting for the sun to break through, and indeed it has. And what you're looking at in front of our cameras, a couple of fellows out to let the world know that they're still friends. Still friends. That's the title of this imaginative, self-decorated float being brought to us through the good efforts of the people of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, California. Speaking of effort, maybe I'm a bit confused about the story of the tortoise and the hare. I always thought the tortoise outwitted the rabbit, but this morning the tables seem to be turned. Our long-eared friend certainly has the better of the deal. I don't know how much effort it takes to pedal a tricycle 5.5 miles down Colorado Boulevard as the tortoise is trying to do, but it's got to be a lot more taxing than giving a butterfly a ride on your toe. In any case, that float still friends a delight from the city of La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We're coming up next on an award winner. The winner of the Isabella Coleman Award for the most effective presentation of total decoration goes to the city of Arcadia, California. Arcadia, Newcastle. And when it comes to friendship, often distance is of no importance. Now you take Arcadia, for example. This morning its entry celebrates its friendship with a sister city halfway around the world. It's Newcastle, Australia. And in case you failed Tree Identification 101, that is a giant Australian tea tree that you're looking at. And riding along, what else but a few koalas, as well as Arcadia's famed peacocks. All of it a graceful tribute to Arcadia, Newcastle, sister cities. And by the way, this float is being seen in the land down under on this New Year's Day. On the heels of our award winner, the Arcadia High School Apache Marching Band. And you know, you don't win 50 sweepstakes and 13 first-place awards unless your school can continuously produce outstanding bands. And that is certainly the story of the Arcadia High School Apache Marching Band. Here they are. Under the direction of Tom Landis comes Arcadia, California's finest.
volunteering his work to the tournament for 34 years. One of the best neighbors you could ask for. And this morning, capping his parade career as this year's Tournament of Roses president, Harold E. Coombs, Jr.
First, I'd like to thank the Tournament of Roses committees, the famous white suitors, for all of their work on today's parade. This is a morning we hope can bring people, all people, closer together in spirit of friendship. And as true neighbors throughout the world, for myself, my wife, Jean, and my entire family, it is a day we shall never forget. And we want to wish you all the happiest of New Year's.
And our congratulations to you, President Coombs. A wonderful man who's done a great job for the city of Pasadena. From outside the continental United States. Numero uno in friendship. That's the message carried by this float, brought to us by Mexico. And numero uno in color would be equally appropriate. Absolutely number one. There at the front, riding atop that authentically styled Mexican pyramid, is the very popular actor, Ricardo Montalban. Dynamite guy, too. Near the base of the float is an ancient stone-like serpent, no doubt guarding the pyramid this morning from unauthorized flower pickers. Also in that enormous sunburst effect, you can see Aztec symbols pictured in each of the rays. A beautiful, beautiful float from Mexico.
And I see Ricardo is not sitting on rich Cordovian leather. He's sitting on his coat.
Hey, we have another special award, the judge's special for the best display of humor. Oh, it's Saturday night, and Dr. Pepper has invited us to look back at the neighborhood drive-in. You remember the rumble seat, don't you, Kelly?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I do, too.
Only goes back 40, 50 years.
A night filled with stars, some popcorn, plenty of butter, please. Dad's old convertible. That so very young lady next to you. And up there on the silver screen, best of all, the latest monster flick, I Was a Teenage Werewolf.
I'll bet you were. We'll have more of our Rose Parade coverage coming up right after this message.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies. It's the only cereal that talks to you, and that makes for great company in the morning. Crisp bits of toasted rice that say snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Great company in the morning.
Kellogg's will help you save. It's gonna be a great day.
Gas is America's #1 heating system because it's America's most efficient major energy system, most economical too. So when America heats with gas, it saves energy and money. New fuel-saving gas heating equipment can make our most efficient energy system even more efficient and save you even more money. You can be energy efficient too. Use all energy wisely because the future belongs to the efficient.
A new Today dawns Monday morning. This is Jane Pauley welcoming Bryant Gumbel and Chris Wallace to Today. We've been waking up America for 30 years on Today.
We are back on Colorado Boulevard for the 93rd Annual Tournament of Roses Parade, and we welcome you back with another prize winner. Winner of the Grand Marshal's Trophy for exceptional merit in the non-commercial class goes to the City of Glendale, California's entry, A Bridge of Friendship. A Bridge of Friendship is the title of this entry, brought to us by one of the earliest participants in the Rose Parade. 65th year for the City of Glendale. It's a weeping cherry tree at the front, footbridge leading to a tea house at the back. And you can probably guess that Bridge of Friendship would relate to Japan. To be exact, its relationship to the Japanese city of Higashiosaka. I had to get that one in. And you see those water lilies up there? There are 50 real water lilies there. And they are each in their own container of water because they would dry up within an hour if they weren't totally wet. How do you keep them open? Once you open them, hot paraffin holds them open. Invented on this New Year's Day, 1982. Coming up right behind, the champions of the Pac-10 from the University of Washington. The float announcing that the Pac-10 dominance this year to the Washington Huskies. Here's their coach, Don James, back in Pasadena for the third time in the last 5 years.
5 years that the Huskies have been back for the Rose Bowl, and we're excited about it. This is the first time that we've played Iowa, and I think it'll provide a great football game. And I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year.
I'll tell you, Don James has himself a heck of a football squad. Today, he'll go against Iowa. Dick Enberg, Merlin Olsen will be calling that one a little bit later. But coming right behind, about to perform for a second consecutive year in the Rose Parade, the 152 proud members of the University of Washington Huskies Marching Band. Their director is Bill Bissell. Great bands, marvelous horses, spectacular floats. It's all right here on NBC. We'll be right back after this.
You miss your girl Sally back home, huh?
Yeah, I sure do.
Well, why don't you call her?
Well, I'd love to, but it's so expensive.
No, not at all. You can call state to state and visit 20 minutes for only $3.84 or less, tax included.
That's all?
Yeah. Just dial direct anytime Saturday and Sunday till 5. Calling Sally back home is only $3.84.
That's so cheap. I will call Sally. And Judy. And Linda.
Reach out and touch someone.
Honey, here's a soft drink.
What is it?
Sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
Doesn't taste like a diet soft drink.
I'm reading the can.
I can't taste that aftertaste. Let me see. Ooh.
Oh, what a surprise. The taste is gonna open your eyes. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
The taste is gonna open your eyes.
Tuesday on Father Murphy.
You mean you want to be a student?
An unusual orphan causes a scandal when he gives lessons in gambling.
Have you lost your senses?
We are back with the 93rd annual Tournament of Roses going down Colorado Boulevard, and right now we're looking at a wonderful float in a parade that features some of the world's finest horses and riders. It is most fitting that Western Airlines would choose this subject for its float, an American cowboy and his counterpart, a Mexican caballero, enjoying a spirited ride across the desert. The title, simply Amigos. Look at the sculpture of those horses. It's very extraordinary. It's lifelike. It took 2.5 months to sculpt them. That trail dust they're kicking up, by the way, is actually dendrobium orchids and stock blossoms. A little bit of fantasy there. Coming up now is another winner of the Director's Trophy for excellence in craftsmanship this morning. And back in the old days when folks would get together for a quilting bee, they had down-home country music to work with. This morning's singer, Patty Starr and her All-Stars, are providing mellow sounds on this delightful Farmers Insurance Group float. It's called A Quilting Bee in Kansas. Look at that. And in the great American tradition, lots of talented women, young and old, positioned around the quilt, sewing up a storm. Right in the center, you can see the huge sunflower. That's the Kansas state flower. And if you look carefully, you can see a lot of other state flowers woven into that quilt. See if you can spot your state flower. Adding encouragement, a little bit of refreshment maybe, is a happy-looking cow on the backside. She thinks she's getting the quilt for those cold Kansas nights, I guess. She's looking good. Winner of the Director's Trophy this morning for excellence in craftsmanship, a beauty. Now moving down Colorado Boulevard, this marvelous and unusual entry. This is from Rotary International, and it's a very well thought out concept for today's Rose Parade theme, Friends and Neighbors. We see each of the continents of the world, and closing the gaps between them are bridges paving the way to peace through world understanding, and that's the title of this float. On the bridges, sculpted figures representing many nationalities. There's an Anglo-Saxon couple, a Mexican couple, 2 from Kenya, 2 representing Scandinavia. And on the last bridge, a Japanese couple. The flags circling the bases of the continent symbolize Rotary service to 156 nations, and the support on the final bridge is the giant Rotary emblem. From Rotary International, it's called Peace Through World Understanding, and it's right in theme with the parade theme this morning, which is Friends and Neighbors. That's the beauty. back in a moment for more of the excitement on Colorado Boulevard here at the Rose Parade in Pasadena following this pause for station identification.
Sunday, Bruce White's of Hill Street Blues explores a world of danger on Catalina Sea Lab. Then Ponch takes what may be the last ride of his life on an all-new Chips. And Gregory Peck, Laurence Olivier, The Boys from Brazil. A shocking movie thriller right after an all-new Chips and Catalina Sea Lab Sunday on NBC.
This is Vanette Carroll's Your Arms Too Short to Box with God, starring Patti LaBelle. More singing, more dancing, more straight-out joy than you've ever seen live on any stage. Come on down and dance in the aisle. Vanette Carroll's Your Arms Too Short to Box with God. See it now.
Coming to the American Theater starring Patti LaBelle. Call 231-1234.
Saturday, the famous warehouse sale. Our biggest warehouse sale of the season. A warehouse sale so big, we've had to move it to 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Tremendous savings on over $1 million of famous names in TVs, stereos, appliances. Save 20% to 60% on furniture, housewares, domestics, and more. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with early bird specials 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The famous warehouse sale. 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Don't miss it.
There is hope for arthritis sufferers. For information, contact the Arthritis Foundation of Eastern Missouri. Call toll-free 1-800-392-7634.
KSDK, Channel 5, St. Louis.
And now, Kelly, from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Here's the premiere appearance of the 1st Canadian Regiment Drum and Bugle Corps in a Rose Parade.
Good morning. My name is Hank Bueller, and I'm the director of the 1st Canadian Regiment Drum and Bugle Corps. And this is my son, David.
Good morning to you. Today, the Corps is dressed in red and black uniforms styled after the British Royal Dragoon Horse Soldiers. Since 1979, we performed in 30 states and 4 provinces.
From my son and myself, as well as all our 110 members of our unit, a very happy New Year to you all.
That's a lot to carry. And now, riding on a royal robe of roses with a replica of the Rose Queen's crown is the lovely lady who has the honor of wearing that crown this morning. The 64th Rose Queen, Catherine Ann Podest, with her royal court. Now we'd like to show you the moment when Catherine first found out she was this year's Rose Queen.
I think this is a moment that will always be remembered in my life. It's so exciting and so memorable. I can't believe it. It's incredible.
Hi, I'm Princess Carol Marshall Owen. I'm Princess Jamie Lynn Work. I'm Princess Holly Rose Kenny.
I'm Princess Lisa Ann Beltrami.
I'm Princess Mary Laird Hildebrand. I'm Princess Monica Lynn Gordon.
And our congratulations, Catherine. For many in the audience this morning, this next marvelous float should bring back memories of a visit to Disneyland or Walt Disney World, and there it is. And it's a winner. The Governor's Trophy. Most fitting presentation of the theme in a commercial class, and a magnificent float it is. Today, Bank of America has chosen to present an imaginative recreation of the popular It's a Small World attraction. Riding aboard the float are 25 members of the International Children's Choir, and the whole float is responding to the music. Do you notice the clock face is tilting? The roses sway back and forth. The talker moves underneath the Swiss clock. The windmill and propellers spin. Even the tulips and daffodils are getting into the act. Isn't that magnificent? Just beautiful. I love that ride. You've been on Small World?
Small World? Oh, about 65 times.
Yeah, me too. I love it. Gosh, you can't help but sing. It's great. All the children on board there between the ages of 6 and 12. They're having a big day. If you want your hands to be especially soft and smooth, listen to this message from Rose Milk.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are. They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good. And that's why I use Rose Milk skincare lotion. Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk is never greasy. Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
If I take some Heinz ketchup and put it in a kitchen strainer and do the same with the other national brands, something amazing happens. See the difference? How about this? Yep, we challenged the competition, and they ran. Heinz ketchup is thicker, and Heinz really pours on the flavor. Now, which one would you rather have on your hamburger? Thick, rich Heinz. You never run out of great taste.
Susan St. James, Todd Bridges, and Loretta Swit learn loving means holding on and letting go. The Kid from Nowhere, a world premiere movie Monday.
We welcome you back to the Tournament of Roses Parade with another trophy winner. Winner of the President's Trophy for the most effective use of roses in the commercial class goes to Florist Trans World Delivery for their entry, Friendship in Bloom. That's the title for this one. It's a stunningly beautiful float sponsored by the Florist Trans World Delivery Association, the folks you know as FTD. They certainly know a good deal about how to make flowers look beautiful. There's an open-air market on this float filled with all kinds of flowers at the center, a structure that anyone who's ever had the chance to travel to Bangkok would recognize immediately. You know all about it, I'm sure. It's patterned after Bangkok's Royal Chapel. It's just lovely. Seems like a good time for us to note that in the Tournament of Roses Parade, everything that is viewed must be live, it must be peddled, and as a result, the flowers aboard most of these entries do in fact weigh in the tons, oftentimes weighing as much as the float itself. It's kind of amazing, but the petals are picked individually and glued on, often 4 tons worth of petals. Good time to mention it as we watch Florist Trans World Delivery's entry, Friendship in Bloom, winner of the President's Trophy. Right behind that, the winner of the Big Ten Conference representatives from the University of Iowa, 1982 winners of the Big Ten. I'm sure everyone knows by now the honor of defending the Big Ten's honor today in the Rose Bowl goes to the Iowa Hawkeyes and their proud coach, Hayden Fry.
Good morning. I'd like to wish each and every one a happy New Year's and a wonderful day with the Iowa Hawkeyes today as we take on the Washington Huskies in the Rose Bowl. Iowa hasn't been to the Rose Bowl in a long time, 23 years to be exact, but the last 2 times we were here, we won the ball game, and certainly we'll be giving everything we got to win again today.
Hayden Fry, he is too modest to accept the plaudits for the job he has done in Iowa, so I will tell you that before he arrived, there was a bit of a losing mentality attached to the Iowa football program. Hayden started from scratch, scratched the uniform, scratched everything, started all over, and here they are in the Rose Bowl, team ranked in the top 10, and a proud unit they are. And following them, following that float, proudly marches University of Iowa Hawkeye Marching Band, dressed in the black and gold. They perform now under the direction of Morgan Jones. We've got a bit of a hold up on the parade. I've got a son who's jiggling on my lap, so we're going to take time out here for a word from sugar-free Dr. Pepper with the taste that's going to open your eyes.
Waiter!
Yes?
I ordered a Diet
soft drink?
It's sugar-free Dr. Pepper, madam.
Oh, this can't be a diet soft drink. I can't taste that aftertaste.
Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Read the can.
Ooh!
What a surprise. The taste is gonna open your eyes. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Oh, sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
The taste is gonna open your eyes.
Why have a dud spud
When you can have a grate of potato.
pour on the Heinz gravy?
Put a lake in your bake.
Give a rise to your fries. Pour on the Heinz.
Add some flash to your mash.
Some royal to your boil. Pour on the Heinz.
Gravy so smooth, so creamy, so delicious, you'd think it was made from your roast.
So who needs a dud spud?
When you can have a grate of potato.
Pour on the Heinz home-style gravy anytime.
We are back at the Tournament of Roses Parade, and I want to show you my pair. You can tell they fit the exact. These are Dutch shoes, and they were given to us by Ron and Karen Burgess, who have come to us from across the seas over in the Netherlands. And Kelly and Michael, I want you to know you're not being left out of this. Can you show Kelly her shoes?
Oh, I love them.
Just your size, Kel, and waterproofed, I might add.
Oh, wonderful.
And here you go, Michael, Pinot style.
Oh, they're beautiful. Thank you very much.
They will make their way right up there. It's a king size 14.
I love it.
Beautiful. Thank you, and Happy New Year to
I
you.
let them warp down there, guys.
Their parents are going to be riding aboard one of the floats that we'll be seeing a little bit later on today, a float entitled Hands Across the Sea, sponsored by the Amway Corporation. And we are very much appreciative of these two youngsters for this. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Okay. And we're back to business along Colorado Boulevard, where we have a bit of a holdup in the parade. I've been looking down around the corner on Orange Grove, trying to figure out what the problem was. We evidently have had a bit of a mechanical breakdown, but the problem now seems to be ahead of the parade. One of the ones, 4 winners, NBC Jimmy Stewart Hawks in Des Moines, Iowa. Well, the folks in Washington may yet say something about that, but the Iowa folks were already winners of the Big Ten. And, of course, we'll be seeing them defend that a little bit later on today as they go against the Washington Huskies in the Rose Bowl. Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen set to call that one. It'll be following the Fiesta Bowl, which will be coming from Tempe, matching the Penn State Nittany Lions against the USC Trojans. And then the third bowl game will be a battle for the national title. It'll be the Orange Bowl coming to you from Miami, and that'll pit the Clemson Tigers, now ranked number 1. If they can hang on and beat Nebraska, they will be the national champions. At least you would assume so. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, the only thing standing in their way right now between them and a perfect season.
Seems to be going now.
And as I look down along Colorado Boulevard, we do see the parade starting to move once again. We have had a bit of a delay down here. Just a little bit about the geography. The parade actually starts behind the position where I am seated right now. About 1,000 yards behind me runs Orange Grove Boulevard. The floats make their way along there, then take a hard right-hand turn and make their way down Colorado Boulevard along a 5.5-mile route. You are looking down Colorado Boulevard right now. And that is the band from Canada that we had introduced just a little bit earlier. But again, the parade makes its way down 5.5 miles down Colorado Boulevard, where eventually everything comes to rest and sits in a park down there. And the fans, the millions who have turned out here in Pasadena to be a part of the festivities, do in fact get to go on down there and examine the floats a little more closely. But everything pedaled, and everything will have to make its way down along the parade route. Somebody sitting up in the stands above us just yelled, "What's going on?" The minute he finds out, I assume he'll let us know. It seems that the problem that had been ahead of the President's Trophy Award winner, the FTD entry, that problem seems to have been solved, but now we have one along the picture you're looking at. That is the President's Trophy winner, Florist Transworld Delivery, Friendship in Bloom. And evidently when they had to stop for the problem, the mechanical ahead of it, it developed a problem of its own. And so we will look back down along Orange Grove and show you another award winner. This is an entry from the city of Alhambra, California. It's entitled Times Past, and it's the winner of the Pioneer Trophy for the best characterization of the romance of California. It's celebrating friendship with the sister city is Alhambra, sister city Granada, Spain. Alhambra's float entitled Times Past, and at the front of the float are swans and a garden and a nearby horse and carriage. The principal focus, I don't know if you can see from this vantage point, principal focus of attention certainly that Queen Anne Cottage, which is a replica of a very famous cottage around these parts built by Lucky Baldwin. And who is Lucky Baldwin? Well, he's a local flamboyant landowner from the San Gabriel Valley. And as we take a look, you see that we have now had a tow truck, a service patrol truck, brought out to help out that FTD float, Friendship in Bloom. I guess that is appropriate on this morning. Friendship is what it's going to take to get Friendship in Bloom out of the way. And while we're waiting for that mechanical, let's swing it on upstairs. Kelly?
Okay, Brian, this is live television. It's a live parade, and you know it. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back in a minute with all of the excitement of one of America's greatest spectacles, the 93rd Rose Parade from Pasadena, California.
Ray Raisin, your roving reporter here to ask, did Kellogg's just put more raisins in their Raisin Bran? What's the scoop, son?
2 bigger scoops.
2 bigger scoops of raisins are the reason Kellogg's Raisin Bran so pleasing.
Now I ripen 2 bigger scoops for every box as part of this nutritious breakfast.
2 bigger scoops of raisins.
2 scoops.
In Kellogg's Raisin Bran.
What's more raisins? That's 1 big scoop.
Nope, it's 2 bigger scoops.
We made our Heinz ketchup strainer test even tougher. We've lined the 3 strainers with a popular coffee filter. Think that would keep the competition from running?
It should.
Nope. Same results. Heinz thicker ketchup still wins.
Seeing is believing.
But here's where the thickness pays off.
Seeing is believing, but tasting is proof. Heinz is the best tasting ketchup.
Heinz, America's thickest, best tasting ketchup.
I'm Constance Carlisle, and I'm going to use everything I've got to hold on to the family fortune. And you can bet I know how to use it. Flamingo Road, Tuesday.
We are back with the 93rd Annual Tournament of Roses Parade. A little hold-up this morning on the line of march, and you saw one of the floats being towed away. You know, we've got to say something about the... There it goes to a large, tremendous hand from the crowd. The crowd really does stay in spirit. Some of these kids and folks have been out here for 2 days, 48, 50 hours, in the drenching rain, and now they're out there this morning. And
Kelly, that entire truck, by the way, is covered with white carnations.
Yes, we can see that, because that's one of the rules in the Rose Parade.
Right.
Fresh
That's what took so long.
vegetation
They had
covers
to flower
every
it
inch.
and then drive it out there. No hanky-panky here, I'll tell you that.
Stepping lively now to catch up. And as the Pioneers Trophy winner rounds the corner, we've got coming up now right behind it the Lake County, Indiana Sheriff's Posse. You know all about horses, Michael.
I sure do.
They've got 4 legs, one in
I
each
used
corner,
to be in
right?
a marching band.
Really?
Yeah. We always seem to march behind a large group of them.
This last year alone, these equestrians traveled over 350,000 miles, and since they were organized 16 years ago, they've ridden in over 300 parades. It's a lot of riding. They're riding registered quarter horses this morning. The Lake County, Indiana Sheriff's Posse. Coming up right behind it, from America Honda Motor Company. We'll show you how this float was built. And here it is, the real thing on the street, all built for you. It's from the American Honda Motor Company, and they've got a winner. It's called Fun for Everyone, and has won the anniversary award this morning for exceptional merit in the commercial class, and it is a showstopper. Titled Fun for Everyone. It's a taste of all the excitement of an amusement park, screaming kids having a ball on all their favorite rides. Look at that. The big favorite, of course, a roller coaster with a wild-looking loop. And it really works. The roller coaster really works. It's an amazing effort to get a thing like this engineered and riding on the street. And let's hope this one doesn't break down, because that's a lot of action going on. There are real kids flowered and pedaled on that roller coaster. They've got to do 5.5 miles on a coaster, Michael.
Look at that. And watch when they go upside down.
Woo! It's a loop. An amazing float, and certainly deserving of the anniversary award, a big prize winner this morning for exceptional merit in the commercial class from American Honda Motor Company. Congratulations to them. That's wonderful. It's very, very special because these floats, a lot of them take most of the year to create and get moving on Colorado Boulevard, and we're privileged to watch them here this morning. Oh no. By the way, that roller coaster is all done in white carnations and mums and rose petals and onion seed. They're going to get him off with a rope now.
I think they're going to pull him forward. I think that's how they're going to get him going again. Aren't they?
Give it a yank with the horse.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There they go. Boy, they caught a big one.
Woo. Hold your breath.
Look
Here
out,
they
guys.
go.
Don't forget to let go of the rope. They got... Oh, no, it's going up now. Hey, they're all right.
That's amazing. Boy, these kids have a lot of spunk waving to the crowd.
And one boy's face is all covered with little green leaves.
Here now, following behind them from Palo Verde, the Palo Verde Titan Vanguard from Tucson, Arizona, marching in uniforms of blue and gold. From Palo Verde High School in Tucson, this championship band is being directed today by Thomas G. Leslie. Let's listen. Palo Verde Titan Vanguard. marches down Colorado Boulevard, we're going to show you Sandy Duncan for Wheat Thins, the light little cracker with the big wheat taste from Nabisco.
Sandy Duncan for Wheat Thins.
When I was growing up in Texas, Nabisco products were all over our house. You know, we had crackers and cookies and everything. So it's sort of funny that I would grow up to represent one of their products. I like Wheat Thins with cheese and fruit, but I think my favorite way of eating Wheat Thins is just right out of the box. One after the other.
Wheat Thins, the light little cracker with the big wheat taste, baked only by Nabisco.
So many of us suffer from arthritis, minor pain, and muscle aches. That's why I want to tell you about a wonderful pain-relieving rub, Deep Down. Let me show you how well it works. Here's a medical thermogram that shows a hand suffering from arthritis. Here's the same hand after rubbing in Deep Down. See how it warms painful areas? Then it soothes stiff, aching joints, and the relief lasts for hours. Try Deep Down. You'll get pain relief you need where you need it most. Deep Down.
Welcome back to the Rose Parade in Pasadena, and the theme of this year's parade is Friends and Neighbors, and this year the Portland Rose Festival has chosen to pay tribute to its sister city in Japan. It's called Sapporo, Portland's neighbor in winter, and it's a wonderful winter scene. Look at that, with reproductions of Sapporo's famous ice carvings. In the center, an arched roadway where a flowered Kago is crossing and adding even more beauty to the scene. You can see her. The passenger is Kim DiPietro. She's the 1981 Portland Rose Festival queen. Absolutely beautiful. From the Portland Rose Festival, Sapporo, Portland's neighbor. Done in white roses and sterling silver roses, white carnations, cattleya orchids, white and yellow gladiola petals. And now carrying a bouquet of First Lady Nancy roses, the first woman mayor of Pasadena, Jo Heckman. And a very good morning to you, Mayor Heckman. Pasadena's looking better than ever. The sun is finally coming through here, and the mayor is very proud this morning. The mayor of Pasadena, Jo Heckman, the first woman mayor. Happy New Year, Mayor.
Well, a home away from home. You could certainly say that's a fit description for the Huntington Sheraton Hotel, which today provides its 64th entry in the Rose Parade. And this is definitely a scene with an international flavor. There are 3 visiting children from Japan, Holland, and Ireland. They're about to plant a whole group of flags in honor of today's parade theme. Flags include those from France, Switzerland, Greece, and Sweden. If you look very carefully on the float, you may be able to spot some other ones from the Philippines, Germany, Brazil, Mexico. Well, if you can identify all of them, I think you could have a career ahead of you in the diplomatic corps. There's a lot of them on that float. A home away from home.
I love his hair.
Isn't that great?
The Huntington Sheraton Hotel, by the way, is right here in Pasadena. So they're not too far from home this morning.
And here, from the Kalani High School Marching Band in Honolulu, Hawaii, is Lyle Kumasaka.
It was 14 years ago that our band was chosen as the first ever from Hawaii to participate in a Rose Parade. That makes it a very special honor for the 120 members of our band to be here today. Our director is Mr. Stephen Hirohara.
Congratulations, Lyle. Kalani High School Marching Band. Certainly colorful uniforms they have.
Wonderful. You just got back from Hawaii. You beat the band, huh?
I sure did last night. comes a flowering recreation showing an elegant leaded roof of stained glass. And holding this great Tiffany dome aloft, a group of giant Grecian statues. If we told you those statues are replicas of the ones found in a place called the Hall of Mirrors, could you possibly guess the name of this float? If you said Versailles, you should get an extra truffle on your cheeseburger today. It's a tribute to our French friends from the community of Mission Viejo here in California. The formal gardens, the urns, and the dancers, all of it capture the most elegant and graceful of French tradition. Versailles, from Mission Viejo, California. He's been going around with that girl for some time.
Oh.
Friends and neighbors better, or Michael, in your case, just that pretty girl that once sat across from you in class. Well, an old-fashioned hayride was one of the nicest of American traditions. And I guess as 1982 hits, it's nice to know that it's not out of date. The city of Carson, California, has chosen a hayride for its festive float this morning entitled Pulling Together. I'm not convinced the burro up front was the right choice for pulling power, but it seems to be more in a sitting position. At this rate, the riders in that wagon may never get out of eyesight of that charming barn at the rear that I suppose supplied the hay for the trip. They're all having a good time on this morning, and I think so are we. The sun has arrived in Pasadena. Just wanted you to know that I had helped pull my weight on this thing by helping to pedal that float. Out of the 8 billion or so that are on it, I put up 2. Pulling together from the city of Carson. And right behind from the city of Downey, California, comes Flight of a Singing Heart. It's a salute to the American Heart Association, as well as to our neighbors in the Far East with Flight of a Singing Heart. There's a good deal of Chinese mythology involved here. Those mum-petaled birds are the phoenix, symbolizing the rare and the talented. The dragon is the custodian of the House of Life, and that arch decorated in red poinsettias is called a torii. It represents the gateway of the dawn. It also serves as a perch for birds that greet the sunrise. Michael?
Yeah.
Hello, Dad.
Oh.
Happy New Year.
Why, good morning, Dean. A very, very happy New Year to you, too.
After the parade, this dragon's promised me a ride.
Public school system in Metairie, Louisiana, particularly proud this morning because one of its own, the much-traveled and much-praised Bonneville High School Bruin Band, is one of the selected bands, and it's an honor to be marching in the 1982 Tournament of Roses Parade. They're directed by Joseph Bertolot. Win, it seems. Winner of the Princess Award for the best display of animation comes from the students of Cal Poly Universities in Pomona and San Luis Obispo, California. These students are heck of an engineers, as they say, and they know how to put it together, wonderfully illustrating the parade's theme, Friends and Neighbors. It's completely designed, constructed, decorated, and financed by the students of Cal Poly University in San Luis Obispo and Pomona, California. They even grow their own flowers on campus. The float is called Way Out Welcome, and it's a visit to another planet, as you can see. The queens, those are the round guys and the yellow mums, and those Blue fellas, they're called the Zorks with the long blue necks. They're greeting a few earthly visitors, and the whole float is animated by an electronic system called fiber optics, very sophisticated. It transmits signals with light beams designed by the brilliant Cal Poly engineering students. It's wonderful, and again, a prize winner this morning, winner of the Princess Award. Go to the students, they do it all themselves. Isn't that great, Michael?
It's incredible. That's what I looked like this morning when I pulled the covers down. Look at that.
And there's still loads more Rose Parade left for all of us to enjoy, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
To be a pepper, original like a pepper, all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper. To know the pleasure of the flavor you will treasure, all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper. The flavor's got a feeling, original and appealing, and all you gotta do is taste. To be a pepper, open up the Dr. Pepper, and all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper.
Is Smucker's grape jelly your favorite?
Naturally.
Did you know that Smucker's has no artificial ingredients? Naturally.
Did you know Smucker's has great tasting apricots?
And red raspberry.
And orange marmalade.
And strawberry.
Naturally. Smucker's is naturally good because it's naturally made. No preservatives, artificial flavoring, or coloring. So naturally, Smucker's is America's favorite. Do you think with a name like Smucker's, it has to be good?
Of course.
We come back to the 93rd Tournament of Roses Parade with another award winner, the Judges Exceptional Merit Award. The new award given by the judges for, of course, exceptional merit goes to Rand McNally and Company. It's entitled Discovery. Some character with a love of tall tales suggested that Rand McNally and Company may, in fact, have ridden around the world in this ship drawing for their first maps of the known world. There's no truth in it, of course. We hear there are very few Vikings on the payroll, in fact. But maybe the hardiest of the breed are the 18 oarsmen who are aboard. They had to get in place by forklift, and they come from UCLA's varsity and lightweight crews. That front piece on the front of the ship actually has to fold backwards in order to get under the freeway and get in a position to be a part of this Tournament of Roses Parade. And when you talk about friends and neighbors coming together, the theme of this year's parade, what better way than a few do-si-dos and a promenade ride? Here's the swinging entry from the Square Dances of America called Square Through the Roses. What better place than the 82nd Tournament of Roses Parade? The Square Dancers on board this morning doing their thing underneath a chandelier of long-stem Carina, Dana pink and red roses. And framing the dance floor, over 20,000 Sonia and Visa roses.
In front of our NBC cameras is the 1982 entry from the International Lutheran Laymen's League. Encircling a globe of the continents is a giant ribbon made of yellow and white mums and red carnations. Two messages spelled out there. On one side is the float's title, Love Thy Neighbor, and on the other side, God is Love. And standing near the front, you could see the Reverend Tom Windsor, pastor of the Messiah Lutheran Church in Downey, California. He's doing chalk talk drawings for a group of children that illustrate what it means to care for one another and help others. From the International Lutheran Laymen's League, Love Thy Neighbor. Beautiful. This year, there were 150 Rose Parade applicants in the running to represent the combined states of New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and the District of Columbia. And the winner, the Northern Lebanon Viking Band. You see them here under the direction of Carlin A. Delbert, 172 members strong from Northern Lebanon High School in Fredericksburg, Pennsylvania, in cadet white and blue. Let's listen. Soften your hands thoroughly. Just watch.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are. They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good. And that's why I use Rose Milk skincare lotion. Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk is never greasy. Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
Tonight, in America, millions of adults will have trouble falling asleep. And tonight, more of these people will count on Sominex than any other sleep aid. At times like these, Sominex helps you feel drowsy, so you get to sleep in minutes. Next time sleep escapes you, trust Sominex to help you sleep. Medically tested Sominex. It's simply faster.
With some contests, you have to wait so long to find out if you won, you wonder whether anyone even won at all. Well, at Publishers Clearinghouse, we want you to know. And on March 1st, we're going to announce it on TV. Who won a dream home? Who won a yacht? Who won our incredible super prize?
And our $250,000 winner is...
So watch your mail for the new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes and enter. We want to make you a winner.
Here comes a float that should bring special pleasure to our viewers in Italy, who are among 17 countries that are watching our coverage of this parade this morning. At the front of the float is Marco Polo, leading 2 extravagantly outfitted camels loaded down with treasures from the East. And we don't mean New York City either.
Camels in New York? No.
And we have the Order Sons of Italy in America to thank for all this pageantry and who are today celebrating their Diamond Jubilee with this colorful and glittering bit of fantasy. Now, just tell me the last time you saw 2 white peacocks out in the desert for a stroll. Mirage or not, just about anything is possible and probable when you come to pass it on New Year's Day. A magnificent float.
Ah, the Clydesdales.
Ah, here's an entry that never has to worry about the motor conking out along the parade route. Not when your float is being pulled by an 8-horse hitch of champion Clydesdales. As soon as you see those great horses, you know this entry is from the city of St. Louis, Missouri. It's here for its 29th Rose Parade. Its theme is a salute to Mexico. And the setting is a flowering marketplace alive with musicians and dancers and the spirit of friendship. That cart is decorated with sycamore leaves, corn husks, and the bark from various trees. Also, the posts in the marketplace display show flowers of paper, which are a traditional part of Mexican ceremonies. The flowers, of course, are covered with real flowers.
It's true, it's a rule.
Hey, and here we have another winner, the Queen's Trophy, the most effective use of roses in the non-commercial class. The Queen's Trophy winner. And a beautiful float it is from the city of Long Beach. Put a trio of giant peacocks together, and you can be sure there'll be a lot of color added to the morning's festivities. That's just what the city of Long Beach has done today with its 64th parade entry titled Birds of a Feather. The peacocks are standing on cliffs of seeds and starfire mums, and below, floral waves are crashing ever so silently against the cliffs. If it were actually the cliffs at Long Beach, those enormous peacock tails might be getting a little wet right now. But they're safe enough this morning on Colorado Boulevard.
Are they the NBC peacocks?
I don't know. Frida.
That's right, you have one at home, don't you?
I had 2, yes. But I gave
You
them,
had to?
Yes.
I don't want to hear about it, I'm afraid.
All right, next coming before our NBC cameras, Director Randolph F. Kummer leads the 187 members of the top-ranked Lincoln Way Community High School Knights Marching Band from New Lenox, Illinois. Extraordinary band. This morning, the city of Lakewood, California, is out to salute the patriots of the American Legion with this float titled Patriotism and Strength Through Friends and Neighbors. At the front, an American bald eagle is soaring through a field of stars and stripes. There he is. Those two dramatic, curving towers rising from each side of the float contain rainbow spirals symbolizing the diversity of religions, races, and philosophies that comprise this great country, America. The flames in those torches are made of orchids, mums, and Abbey roses. Very, very effective entry.
Now a word from regular Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper. All you gotta do is taste.
Hey, Patty, what do you have to do to be a pepper?
It's easy.
To be a pepper, original like a pepper, all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper. To know the pleasure of a flavor you will treasure, all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper. Flavor's got a feeling, original and appealing, and all you gotta do is taste. To be a pepper, open up the Dr. Pepper, and all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, yeah. The more you pour it, the more you will adore it, and all you gotta do is taste. To be a pepper, open up the Dr. Pepper, and all you gotta do is taste. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper, yeah. If you pour in Kellogg's cornflakes, you'll earn the special place on the front of America's favorite cereal. Sit down to a familiar face. The face of the Kellogg cornflake lover, the face of America too. When you sit down to America's favorite cereal, the face on the package is you, and it's gonna be a great day.
Next up, Avco Financial Services presents Perfect Harmony. This boat vividly displays the harmony of nature and the transformation of summer butterflies into the frozen lakes of wintertime. Also, harmony at work on board, the teamwork of the oarsmen rowing their 36-foot-long crew boat, and in the winter scene as the two ice skaters respond to each other's movements. Teamwork and perfect harmony. Watchwords on this New Year's Day, 1982. And seeing how close the ties and heritage are between California and Mexico, it's not surprising to see a number of entries today reflecting that long friendship. And here's another one, a lovely float from the city of Los Angeles entitled Celebrating Our Mexican Heritage. Two colorful macaws are perched at each end of the float. Those birds are about 13 feet long, about 500 pounds each. Between them, a wide assortment of live cactus, or do I say cacti, and sculpted flowers. And at the center, Mexican dancers having themselves a fine old time moving to the music of an onboard mariachi band. By the way, 1982 marks 71 years for L.A. as a continuing participant in this great tournament of Roses Parade. You can bet that's a record. It is, and one to be proud of. Kelly?
Brian, each year a selection is made of the finest musicians from 49 different Los Angeles high schools, and the result of this selection is the outstanding Los Angeles Unified School All-City Band. They always provide a standout performance in the parade. So now here's the band and their Director of Performing Arts, John Dykman.
Good morning. This year our band is celebrating its 10th anniversary, and it hasn't missed a Rose Parade yet. These talented musicians have also appeared in such events as 2 Super Bowls, a World Series at Disneyland, and done the halftime shows at the Rams football game. There are 290 of them marching in the parade today. We in the Los Angeles Unified School District are proud in each and every one of them. I know how exciting this day is for them. I was here back in 1949 playing trumpet for Clarence Sawhill and the University of Southern California Trojan Marching Band.
Do this one because it's from Eastman Kodak Company, and if the crowd along the way wants to take pictures of this incredible float, I'm sure that the Eastman Kodak Company won't object at all. The scene is Carnival in Rio, and it's a kaleidoscope of colors. Those costumes are absolutely magnificent, flaming reds. What it is the day of Rio's famous Fantasia costume ball. It takes place on the streets of Rio de Janeiro at Carnival. You can see a samba band there, some beautiful dancers. Lively Latin spirit. Isn't that fantastic? Don't say a word. Carnival in Rio from Eastman Kodak with a samba band.
Take a break right here because next we have three ladies who take Geritol and know how important it is to take care of themselves. We'll be back.
You're not too young for Geritol, but it's Geritol. With the iron that you should take, Geritol. And you want to stay in good shape, Geritol. And do what's best to look great. You're not too young for Geritol.
Get your rest and exercise and take Geritol every day. Each Geritol tablet is a special combination of potent amounts of iron and lots of important vitamins.
You're not too young for Geritol.
So many of us suffer from arthritis, minor pain, and muscle aches. That's why I want to tell you about a wonderful pain-relieving rub, Deep Down. Let me show you how well it works. Here's a medical thermogram that shows a hand suffering from arthritis. Here's the same hand after rubbing in Deep Down. See how it warms painful areas? Then it soothes stiff, aching joints, and the relief lasts for hours. Try Deep Down. You'll get pain relief you need where you need it most. Deep Down.
Dear friend of mine just went by Money, Montana, his 50th year in the Rose Parade. Bless your money.
Incredible.
This year's Rose Parade theme, Friends and Neighbors, certainly describes the humanitarian activities of the Almalika Shrine Temple and its Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children. This year marks their 30th entry in the parade and is titled Helping Hands. There are two clowns who would bring a smile to the face of any child, and they're holding a mum-covered basket aloft with its riders waving to the crowds on the streets. There's also a replica of a Shriner's hat decorated with red carnations and onion seed. There they are. The Shriners have 21 hospitals located in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Wonderful, wonderful group.
Look at those guys. It's great.
And next, from Spring Valley, California, comes one of this state's most honored musical groups, the Mount Miguel High School Marching Matador Band, under the direction of Dean R. Immel. Let's listen. In front of our NBC cameras comes an extraordinary creature, the ho-oh bird. Ever heard of that one?
No.
Well, in Japan, you certainly would have, because the bird is the most revered of all spiritual creatures in Japanese mythology. Tradition has it that it only appears at times of peace, and so the title of this captivating float is People at Peace, sponsored by the Lions Clubs of Japan. If you look in the ho-oh bird's talons, you'll see pine tree branches. They are the symbol of the new year. They promise constancy, strength, and long life. There, riding on the float this morning, enjoying it all, is Kaoru K. Murakami, president of Lions Clubs International. And he should be very, very proud of his entry.
And this is the ho-oh bird?
The ho-oh bird. Children of a common mother. Those are the words written on one side of the Peace Arch erected on the border between the state of Washington and British Columbia. And it is Tourism British Columbia that has chosen this subject for the parade theme today. This arch, which honors the peace that has existed for so long between America and Canada, has lettered on its other side the words, "Brethren, dwelling together in unity." The two flags, with the official flowers of both countries, tell the whole story.
Look at the detail on those roses.
They are incredible.
Proud of their football back in Massillon, Ohio, and proud, too, of the Jackson High School Marching Band that hails from Massillon, 190 members strong, under the direction of L. Timothy DeStefano. They're dressed in purple, white, and gold this morning. In 1979, this band received the National Award from the Board of Directors of the All-American Hall of Fame Foundation. What is that trailing right behind them? Well, what we have here, we learned the little robot leading the way was named RT Tutti Frutti, and if you think that's easy to read on January 1, you got to know what's coming. The float sponsor was certainly clear. That's Baskin-Robbins Ice Cream Company. The plot's clear, too, and it's plenty of fun. Now, I'm going to read this straight. Be aware that I didn't write this. I'm going to blame Barry Downs. What a craft they've created. A pilot them from the planet Jamoka, from Pasadena's friendly climate. The aliens are under the leadership of fearless Captain Chocolate. That's a close friend of Barry's friend, Leslie Maynard. They're employing solar power for their flight with the revolving solar paddles changing color. This one's a dandy. The reassuring title of this entry is Future Friends and Neighborship. And yes, I'll take a scuba that and you can hold the death ray. That's the winner of the International Trophy. The winner of the International Trophy for the most beautiful entry from outside the continental United States. It goes to the Netherlands-American Bicentennial for Hands Across the Sea. And we go from a float featuring solar power to one showing one of mankind's earliest and most reliable form of power, the windmill. This is the entry of the Netherlands-American Bicentennial Commission celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Netherlands-U.S. Treaty of Amity and Commerce. Their float's called Hands Across the Sea. And around the windmills, you can see lovely spring gardens filled with flowers typical of Holland. At the center, a winter scene with an ice skater demonstrating an even earlier energy power than windmills. The young lady aboard knows what she's doing. That's Diane DeLue, 76th world champion Olympic silver medalist in figure skating. And yes, there's a refrigeration unit underneath that back windmill. And the guy is feeding it dry ice throughout the parade in order to make sure that Diane doesn't go under. By the way, the young man in the wagon is Sam Anderson. That's the float builder's son. Yes, there are some rewards to putting in your time before New Year's Day. Folks in the boat are Dutch citizens. You met their youngsters a little bit earlier. They presented the shoes to myself, Michael, Kelly, and we are, of course, most appreciative on this New Year's Day. Welcome to Pasadena, folks. You know, for a band to have marched in 62 consecutive Rose Parades means they must be something pretty special. And that's indeed the case for the Salvation Army Tournament of Roses Band. Here they are.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Ken Hodder of the Salvation Army's Tournament of Roses Band, marching in the parade for the 62nd consecutive year. This morning, our 140 members represent the more than 100,000 Salvation Army musicians from 86 countries all over the world. We wish today to all NBC viewers the happiest of New Years and the blessing of God.
The Salvation Army Band, we are most happy to have them here as we greet 1982 along Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena, California with the 93rd Tournament of Roses Parade. Goes the band, and we take a look back up Orange Orange Grove. And you can see heading our way another trophy winner of the Mayor's Trophy. For the best display of originality goes to the Union Oil Company of California. Their 40th entry. It's a knockout of color entitled Land of the Ancient Gods. At the front, you see a kneeling Aztec warrior. He's wearing an incredible mask, a headdress with feathers that trail back almost 50 feet.
Okay.
Authentic designs also. This is a well-researched job. Behind him, an ornate pyramid, complete with a dragon's head. There are over 80 different varieties of flowers, as well as seed and other dried materials used to achieve dramatic range of color and textures, seen on this Mayor's Trophy winner for the best display of originality. It's Land of the Ancient Gods.
All right, Bryant, we're going to have more fabulous floats, great marching bands, and beautiful horses when we return to Colorado Boulevard and the 1982 Tournament of Roses. We'll be right back.
Saturday, Barbara Mandrell and the Mandrell sisters with the Oak Ridge Boys. Annie Williams and a salute to movie cowboys.
Believe it or not, it's just me.
Then, to get Uncle Buster out of trouble, Stella puts the heat on Bobby. Whoa! Saturday, it's a great night of entertainment on NBC.
Live eyewitness news coverage when it happens. Another reason why Channel 5 brings home more of the news for you.
Saturday, the famous warehouse sale. Our biggest warehouse sale of the season. A warehouse sale so big, we've had to move it to 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Tremendous savings on over $1 million of famous names in TVs, stereos, appliances. Save 20% to 60% on furniture, housewares, domestics, and more. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with early bird specials 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The famous warehouse sale. 7025 St. Charles Rock Road. Don't miss it.
The store-wide clearance at Fashion Gal. The prices speak for themselves. Sweaters, brush tops, and casual shirts.
$4 to $6.
Shetland sweaters.
$8.
The store-wide clearance starts Friday, New Year's Day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Save 50 to 70% and more all week long. And just wait till you hear the two-day specials. Friday and Saturday only. Cowls and turtlenecks.
$2.99.
Oscar de la Renta designer jeans.
$9.99.
The store-wide clearance at Fashion Gal.
Don Dare reports what's important to you.
Welcome back. I'm Kelly Lang along with Michael Landon and Bryant Gumbel with the 93rd Rose Parade, and we've got a winner for you down below on Colorado Boulevard, a lovely forest scene by the city of Reno, Nevada, and the Reno Sparks Convention Authority. It's called Friends of the Forest, and it has taken the national trophy this year for the most beautiful United States entry from outside California. Look at it. Gorgeous. It's called Friends of the Forest, and a few of them have gotten together to enjoy the morning, and a nice morning it is. Up front, a beautiful mountain bluebird, which is Nevada's state bird, by the way. Behind him, a fluffy squirrel. Look at that guy. His fluff is created with Ming and Spanish moss, pampas grass, and uva grass. Ingenious. Winner of the national trophy. Most beautiful United States entry from outside of California. Good morning and Happy New Year, and congratulations to the city of Reno, Nevada and Reno Sparks Convention Authority.
Oh, that's great. I'm having a lot of trouble with my uva grass. It's not coming up the way it used to in years past.
I can understand that, Michael. There's a big owl, a very impressive and rather impassive owl looking down on it all. He, too, has uva grass on his nose. Look at that. And this morning, the province of Ontario, Canada, has chosen for its subject a place where a lot of people have gotten very friendly and where two great nations meet. It's called Friendly, Familiar, Foreign, and Near. Can you guess what it is? It's Niagara Falls. And that's the famous Rainbow Bridge, one of the main access points for Ontario's millions of visitors to this country. Just below the bridge sails that favorite tourist excursion boat called Maid of the Mist, which takes people right into the spray from the 180-foot-high horseshoe Niagara Falls. Wonderful. This float celebrates the 5,500 miles of undefended border between the United States and Canada. with the theme of today's parade being Friends and Neighbors, truly representing the theme.
Lots of friends of my new son-in-law there, Jim Wilson. Hi, Jim.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right.
My daughter Cheryl was married 2 weeks ago. Hi, honey.
Did she go to Niagara Falls?
Nope. Went to Covina.
All right, director Frank P. Fuller brings his outstanding Dennis Yarmouth Dolphin Marching Band to perform from us. They're from South Yarmouth, Massachusetts, my home state, may I say, and we're going to hear from Robert Karras and Diane Graham from the Dennis Yarmouth Dolphin Marching Band, South Yarmouth, Massachusetts.
Good morning. We're here from South Yarmouth, Massachusetts, representing the Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District.
And we do hope you can have almost as much fun watching as we are having performing in this great parade today.
We're going to stop in at the Fiesta Bowl. My friend Charlie Jones is standing by to tell us what's ahead on NBC's New Year's Day of events.
We're just hours away from the 68th renewal of the Granddaddy, and the invitees this year, 2 long shots. Iowa from the Big Ten, Washington from the Pacific 10. They're here because of outstanding defenses. Hayden Fry and Don James. The 2 coaches say, however, they look for a big offensive game today. And now let's go to the Orange Bowl and Don Cricky.
Thanks, Dick. As you can see, this famous football arena is empty now. But in just a few hours, the Orange Bowl will be a cauldron of wild fan enthusiasm as we come to the dream matchup, what everyone was waiting for, a showdown for the national championship. #1 Clemson against Nebraska tonight, the 1982 Orange Bowl. Now to Charlie Jones at the Fiesta Bowl.
Thank you, Don. We're getting ready for a fiesta of football. We'll start it with the Fiesta Bowl. A battle of the tailbacks. Kurt Warner of Penn State, Marcus Allen of USC, the Heisman Trophy winner. Now let's go back to the Tournament of Roses parade.
Next on view is the retelling of the saga of the Hatfields and the McCoys. Not the people, but the Bears. Still in this entry from the city of Burbank, California, called Feud and Friends, their behavior probably isn't that much different. It's hillbilly feuding time, all right. Only here, nobody ever gets hurt. There's a running gun battle going on as the car crashes through the fence. All that is being hit is a bucket of water in the bear's head, who's on the well. You can see the water squirting out. Over by the shack is a bear who doesn't seem to mind the noise as he plays the banjo. Oh, look out. Of course, the real cause of the fuss is probably those very friendly and neighborly Hatfields and McCoys kissing around the side of the house.
That's an interesting use of the theme, Friends and Neighbors. Sort of reverse theme.
This is the Founders Trophy winner for the most outstanding self-decorated entry. Now a pair of spirited horses, a sleigh, a covering of clean white snow, and it's time for an old-fashioned sleigh ride. That's the recipe this morning for Transamerica Occidental Life Insurance Company's 1982 entry. Those lifelike horses seem to be leaping across an icy stream. They're really beautiful animal sculptures, and riding in each sleigh is a perfect example of real-life beauty. Two recent Rose Queens. In the front sleigh, Julie Ratz. And about to take the leap in the back sleigh is Diane Ramacher. Happy New Year to both of you.
Here's the beauty. The 33rd year, by the way, that the Bakery, Confectionery, and Tobacco Workers Union has brought one of its delightful floats to the Rose Parade. Their 1982 entry is called Baker's International Flavor, and what we've got is an Italian baker. Look at him there, pushing a cart with all kinds of goodies. Cookies, pies, eclairs, donuts, and a roar of the crowd as this one goes by. In his other hand, he's holding a dripping pizza. And you can hear the crowd screaming on the street. Well, maybe they smell marigolds and carnations and gladiola, but I think they detect the faint smell of oregano and tomato sauce as well. That's wonderful. From the Bakery, Confectionery, and Tobacco Workers Union, Baker's International Flavor. Coming up right behind them from Porterville, California, is the Porterville High School Panther Band under the direction of Buck Schaefer.
We'll be back with all of the spectacle and color of the Rose Parade in just a moment.
From concert halls to outdoor amphitheaters, from performing arts centers to school auditoriums, all across the country, America is enjoying concerts by the Bell System American Orchestras on tour. By the end of this year, this Bell System program will have taken 30 major symphony orchestras to over 280 cities like yours. It's the Bell System's way of helping orchestras reach places and people they might not have reached before. Our commitment to quality goes beyond keeping your communication system the best in the world. It also extends to reaching people from coast to coast with fine music. Since the Bell System cares about music, it's only natural we give orchestras a hand.
We are back along Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena. And before we go any farther, I'll apologize to my buddies Dick Enberg and Charlie Jones. Throw it to one and the other takes it. It'd be nice if we knew who was getting it. But anyway, time now for a bit of a sale on the SS Friendship. Our passage booked this morning by the Atlantic Richfield Company. Arco. Don't expect to just sit in your deck chair. They've got a three-ring circus going on. The first mate, Mr. Seal, no less, checking out the waters ahead through his spyglass, and otter heads are popping out of portholes. And the walrus captain at the wheel, a seagull in a flap signaling to the crowds on shore, a pelican chief showing off his talents on his concertina. At the rear is a turtle, augmenting the ship's stores with a bit of successful fishing. A delightful entry from Atlantic Richfield, the SS Friendship. Hopefully it'll have smooth sailing in 1982. There's our friend the Pelican. And following behind from the city of San Bernardino, California, comes a universal dream come true. It's a striking tribute to the space-age achievements of the Space Shuttle Columbia. It's also a tribute to the fulfillment of the hopes of our neighbors everywhere on this earth. Quite fitting with the theme Friends and Neighbors this morning. This morning's recreation of Columbia has been constructed to the actual scale of the original. They tell me that it weighs 300 pounds without the flowers. It's 10.5 feet long. Its wingspan is over 6 feet. And it's covered this morning in onion seeds and white carnation petals. And I doubt this one would make it through re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. But as it flies past stars, swirls, and planets, it makes a wonderful entry in our Rose Parade lineup. We might add that underneath there is used black croton rather than onion seeds, in part because it is shiny. They want to give that shiny effect to the Space Shuttle Columbia. And now here's the famed Blue Springs High School Marching Band. They hail from Blue Springs, Missouri, and they've given standout performances at the Mardi Gras in New Orleans, the Macy's Parade in New York, among other places. This morning, they perform here at the Rose Parade under the direction of Douglas Watts.
And we'll be back right after this message.
If you're pouring Kellogg's cornflakes, he'll burn the special place on the front of America's favorite cereal. Sit down to a familiar face. The face of a Kellogg cornflake lover, the face of America too. When you sit down to America's favorite cereal, the face on the package is you, and it's gonna be a great day.
Presenting the Radar Range Spacemate, the first over-the-counter microwave oven made the Amana way. Only Amana gives you the Radar Range oven's full-size stainless steel interior. The Rotowave system with 700 watts of power for fast, even cooking. And only Amana gives you a vent hood powerful enough to go over an electric or gas cooktop grill. The Radar Range Spacemate made the Amana way. Once again, Amana rises above the competition.
This is Charlie Jones at the Fiesta Bowl. Later today, the Battle of the Tailbacks. This is number 25. Kurt Warner, the All-America from Penn State, going against the USC Trojans. Now back to the Tournament of Roses Parade.
Ah, the pleasures of newly-wedded bliss. That first breakfast she makes at home. And then as the house fills with screams and smoke, you quickly decide to invite the local volunteer fire department over. Here we are with hats across the border. There's the volunteer fire department, and the house is going up. That's the madcap theme of this 2-unit entry from the International House of Pancakes. I think they're trying to suggest we should eat out more often.
I guess so. Look at that, a hassled housewife doing her first breakfast. I love it. I can relate.
The whole scene is just fun with those loony volunteers, good neighbors all, swinging all over the place on that ladder of theirs and spraying a lot more water on the fire chief than on the house. Of course, in reality, the true contributions of volunteer fire departments have to be one of the finest examples you could choose to illustrate this parade's theme of friends and neighbors. International House of Pancakes entry.
Rose milk from somebody who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living.
You've seen these hands probably hundreds of times, and you don't even know whose they are. They're mine. I'm a professional hand model, so my hands better look good, and that's why I use Rose Milk skincare lotion. Rose Milk is made with tiny moisturizers, less than 1/4 the size of ordinary lotions, so it smooths and softens your skin thoroughly, and Rose Milk is never greasy. Take it from someone who depends on soft, smooth hands for a living. There's nothing like Rose Milk.
By the end of this year, the Bell System American Orchestras on Tour program will have taken 30 major symphony orchestras to over 280 cities across the United States. It's Bell's way of helping orchestras reach places and people they might not have reached before. Since the Bell System cares about music, it's only natural that we give orchestras a hand.
This is Charlie Jones at the Fiesta Bowl, where later today you will see the Heisman Trophy winner, number 33, Marcus Allen, the greatest runner in collegiate history. And now let's go back to the Tournament of Roses Parade.
This is the 18th year our good neighbors in the Canadian city of Calgary, Alberta, have brought an entry to the Rose Parade. And here it is, titled Hats Across the Border. And at the price of Western gear these days, I don't know what those hats to that size would cost, but I think you could buy a whole lot of tickets to the Calgary Stampede. And between the two giant cowboys symbolizing America and Canada is a floral mural of Calgary, which has been chosen as the site of the 1988 Winter Olympic Games. But have you ever seen a Brahma bull on skis?
No.
Marvelous entry from Calgary, Alberta. Beautifully colored hats of white mums and carnations, red mums and red carnations. Equestrian group, I believe in Charo attire. Now these are Western whites. Riders are Dick Sacco, Chuck Sacco, and Patricia Sacco, all from Sunland, California. Also Bob Huffman from Santa Maria, California. The Cartwrights still hold the record in this parade. We were able to complete it in 2.5 minutes. And right into the horse truck we went.
That's 5.5 miles, right?
Flying. Silver on those entries.
Thousands and thousands of dollars worth of costuming and Western gear on all of these equestrians that come from all over to be in this 1982 Rose Parade. It's wonderful, and it turned out to be a great morning, didn't it?
It's incredible. The sun occasionally pops out, but the fact that it isn't raining is the shocker. I mean, it was... And there's the beautiful float again from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Quite a show they have up there, the Calgary Stampede.
And the folks have turned out here, about 2 million this morning, along the streets of Pasadena. Some of them have been here for as long as 2 days. We've been seeing them all along, cooking over their stoves and having a good time, listening to the radio and just waiting. And by the way, they spent the night in the rain waiting for this moment.
Believe it.
No diehards. They all hung in. There they are, and it's paid off for them. Having a great time out here on New Year's morning.
Here again is the Blue Strings. How many members are in that band, do you know? Monstrous band. second look at the last float in the parade, and certainly a most spectacular first-year entry by a new sponsor, the Casablanca Fan Company.
Yes, and would you believe 14 elephants pulling a 30-foot-high wagon with a mouthful of a name, the American Eagle Mechanical Military Bandwagon. What a show this one is, confetti cannon and all. 14 elephants. Well, I'll tell you, you're not going to want to hear it, but...
The 98-foot shovel is following the elephants.
We follow the elephants, Michael. There's another great event coming up right away, the Fiesta Bowl here on NBC, so it's just a quick goodbye for us. Have a great 1982, Michael and Bryant, and all of you. Happy New Year.
And to you too, Kelly. And of course, our thanks to the best point man in the business, the unflappable, unbeatable Brian Gumble.
I'm not sure what that means, but Happy New Year to you too, Michael Kelly. The best for 1982. Well, and at halftime of the Fiesta Bowl, don't forget, we'll see a special segment looking back at today's winners and all the excitement of the 93rd Tournament of Roses Parade. So don't miss it. Happy New Year, everybody. You too, guys.
Happy New Year to you out there. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
The 93rd Annual Tournament of Roses Parade has been brought to you by Rose Milk Skin Care Lotion with tiny micro droplets for softer, smoother skin. And by Dr. Pepper. Be an original. Be a Pepper. And by sugar-free Dr. Pepper. And by Kellogg's. Kellogg's will help you say, it's gonna be a great day.
On Little House, terror strikes when a savage bear attacks Charles and James. Then Susan St. James, Bo Bridges, and Loretta Swit learn loving means holding on and letting go. The Kid from Nowhere, a world premiere movie. Right after Little House on the Prairie, Monday on NBC.
Merry Christmas! Happy Hanukkah! And a Happy New Year!
From the children of Central Institute for the Deaf.
Now's the time to save during the white sale at Target. Add a decorative flair to your bedroom with this coordinating bed ensemble. Choose Ultra Touch Percale sheets with nylon satin piping in many solid colors. White sale priced at a low $4.99 for twin size. Coordinating Century bath towels are sale priced at $3.77. And there are coordinating dust ruffles, pillow shams, comforters, blankets, and scatter rugs. All white sale priced. Now at Target.
Fresh hamburger takes a long time to freeze, a long time to thaw, a long time to cook, and then it comes out dry, rubbery, and tasteless. But Holton all-beef quarter-pounders come already fast frozen to lock in the nutrients and freshness. They cook fast, straight from the freezer, in less than 5 minutes with a lot less shrinkage. But best of all is the fresh, tender, juicy taste you always get with Holton all-beef quarter-pound hamburgers.
Tom O'Neill reports what's important to you.
It's been
been a topsy-turvy year in college football. A memorable year of upsets and records. 6 teams were ranked #1 during the season, only to lose their top spot. But today, on New Year's Day, it all comes to a conclusion, and a champion will be crowned, as NBC Sports has your ticket to the best of the bowls. First, it's the Fiesta Bowl, where Joe Paterno's former #1 team will defend their Fiesta Bowl title as they face another previous #1 team, the John Robinson-led USC Trojans. They've not lost a bowl game in 6 appearances. Then it's on to Pasadena, where NBC Sports is proud to present the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, between Washington and Iowa. The Huskies return to the Rose Bowl to avenge last year's loss and are led by quarterback Steve Ballou. They face a tough contender in the Iowa Hawkeyes, making their first Rose Bowl appearance since 1959. Then the scene shifts to the primetime pageantry of Miami and the Orange Bowl in the game where #1 Clemson takes on #4 Nebraska, and the national championship is at stake. The Tigers of Clemson are led by quarterback Homer Jordan. He's had a sensational junior season, throwing to his all-ACC receiver, Harry Tuttle. But their undefeated record will be tested by Big 8 champ Nebraska. The Huskers have averaged 330 yards rushing per game and are the #2 rushing team of the country. But now let's turn our attention to the land of the rising sun, Tempe, Arizona, for the 11th annual Fiesta Bowl. Last year, Penn State's first play from scrimmage was typical of Fiesta Bowl excitement. Kurt Warner scampering 64 yards for 6, leading Penn State to their 2nd Fiesta Bowl title. He'll be at full strength for today's matchup. The Lions have always been noted for an awesome defense, and this year is no exception, as they limited their opponents to less than an average 2 touchdowns per game. But to stop SC, they'll have to stop this man, Heisman Trophy winner and the nation's leading rusher, Marcus Allen. And the Trojan defense, led by All-American Chip Banks, has held their opponents to only 285 total yards per game. They'll be ready, and they'll have their hands full today in the newest jewel of New Year's Day, the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State and USC just ahead. NBC Sports presents the best in college football postseason action. Today from Tempe, Arizona, it's the 1982 Fiesta Bowl featuring the Trojans of USC versus Penn State's Nittany Lions. Brought to you by Toyota, who invites you to visit your local Toyota dealer and see the all-new 1982 Celica Supra. And the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. By Allstate Insurance Companies, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by the National Guard and the Reserves, where you can serve your country while you live at home.
Happy New Year, everybody, from the Valley of the Sun and from NBC Sports. And what a lineup we have for you today. It is a fiesta of football, starting with the Fiesta Bowl, then to the Rose Bowl, and then to the Orange Bowl. Hello, everybody. This is Charlie Jones, along with Lynn Dawson, with the Fiesta Bowl number 11. And what a great matchup we have here today between Penn State and the University of Southern California. Could well be the battle of 2 of the finest tailbacks in the country.
And this morning it was raining, Charlie, and when the quarterbacks woke up, they looked out, they saw the rain, and they were fearful that they'd have some problems handling the football. But the sun is starting to come out here now in Tempe, Arizona, and I don't think that's going to be a big factor in the ball game, nor is the wind. It was blowing rather strongly earlier, but the wind has calmed down. It looks like we're going to have a great day for football.
All right, let's take a look at the Penn State Nittany Lions.
And let's start with their quarterback, sophomore Todd Bridges. Now, he has come into his own. Since he started last year, they've won 17. They've lost 3, including last year's big victory over Ohio State in this Fiesta Bowl. He's going to be going to this man, number 25, Kurt Warner, the All-American. He is the 4th Nittany Lion to rush for over 1,000 yards in a season. He did that even though he was injured, but he is healthy today. And last year, he rushed for 155 yards in this game.
For the University of Southern California Trojans, sophomore quarterback John Mazer, the left-hander, completing 48% of his passes he threw for more than 1,000 yards, including 7 touchdowns, and he was intercepted only 3 times. Number 33, Marcus Allen, Lincoln High School, San Diego, California. Heisman Trophy winner, the greatest collegiate runner in the history of the game. In addition, an outstanding receiver for USC.
Charlie, we have 2 outstanding offensive units. They're very explosive, but they're very close and well matched. It could come down to the kicking of the field goal kickers, and we have 2 outstanding men on the field today. For the Nittany Lions of Penn State, Brian Franco, he kicked 5 out of 5 against Nebraska in a winning cause. Also for USC, they've got Steve Jordan. Now, he's just a freshman, but he tied a school record kicking 3 field goals in a game. He did that twice. The last time he did it was against their arch rival UCLA, and they won that ball game 22-21.
Joe Paterno, the head coach of the Nittany Lions, and the record of Penn State, 9-2. They open up with 6 straight wins, and that, of course, was when Kurt Warner was healthy. And then he was bothered by a hamstring pull. He missed 2 ball games and most of 2 others. They lost to Miami of Florida and to Alabama, and then wound it up coming from behind, trailing at the end of the first quarter, 14-0 against Pitt, ranked number 1 in the country, and then they blew them out the last 3 quarters. John Robinson, the University of Southern California Trojans, their record is an identical 9-2. And John Robinson, by the way, is undefeated in 4 bowl games. They wound up their season with that great victory over UCLA by 1 point, 22-21. USC has won the toss. They will be receiving, and kicking off is Brian Franco, the senior from Altoona, Pennsylvania. And the deep backs on the return. Number 23 is Todd Spencer. 49 is Fred Crutcher, and the Fiesta Bowl is underway. As Franco sails it through the end zone, will bring it out to the 20-yard line, where USC will go to work. Offensively for the Trojans, we talked about the quarterback, number 11, the sophomore, John Mazer. He's from Canoga Park. The fullback, number 23, is Todd Spencer from Berkeley. And the Heisman Trophy winner tailback is Marcus Allen. The receivers, Jeff Simmons, number 29, the acrobatic catcher. The tight end is Fred Cornwell, and the flanker is number 6, Timmy White. And Marcus Allen gets the call. And the defense is there. They meet him at the line of scrimmage, and they take over. As Allen fumbles on the first play, and Roger Jackson is there for Penn State.
Charlie, I forgot to mention one thing that's very important in this ball game is turnovers. You can't afford it. Marcus Allen's getting hit on the very first play of this ball game, and he just loses it himself and is picked up by Penn State. They're in excellent field position on the 17-yard line and an opportunity to score. Roger Jackson, a man on the spot, number 49, with that fumble recovery.
At the SC 17-yard line, first down. Showing motion out of the power eye. Play action. And he overthrows Vito Cab, the tight end. So bring it back to the SC 17. It'll be second down and 10. Offensively for the Nittany Lions, number 14, Todd Blackledge, sophomore quarterback. The fullback is number 38, Mike Mead, and the tailback is number 25, Kurt Warner. Second down and 10. This is Warner headed towards the end zone, and he is got it. And Penn State opens the score. 17-yard drive in 2 plays.
Said they had very explosive offensive teams. There was an indication right there getting into the end zone, but a great block was provided by number 82, Kenny Jackson, downfield. Here you see Blackledge handing the ball off. You see the great speed and the running ability with that head up running to daylight. No one is there because of a good block by number 82, Kenny Jackson. He leveled the defensive back, got him into the end zone.
Brian Frankel with the extra point, and it is good. So Penn State capitalizing on the turnover. The fumble by Marcus Allen. Roger Jackson coming down with it at the 17-yard line. 2 plays, they score. Penn State leads 7-0.
Presenting the new Toyota Supra and Dan Gurney. It takes the right stuff to make a great performance car. Come ride with Dan Gurney and see.
It's quick off the line. That's the twin-cam fuel-injected engine. Now let's see the independent four-wheel suspension in action. Handles well. Nice brakes.
The new Toyota Celica Supra.
That's the right stuff.
Supra.
It's coming. It's taking over in offices coast to coast. It's the paper blob. It's packed with important papers that should move out of your office fast, but can't get loose. This is a job for the Federal Express overnight letter. It costs only $9.50 when you drop it off, and it actually gets there overnight. So you'll never have to worry about the paper blob again. Federal Express, when it absolutely positively has to be there overnight.
Kurt Warner, the All-America tailback.
And we said he's a very explosive runner. He is healthy now. He did have some injuries during the season. There you see him jumping to the outside. Now it's a foot race, and he's going to get there. They did have some outstanding blocking by his offensive line, and right there on the ground was Kenny Jackson, number 82, that knocked out the defensive back, providing the opportunity for Kurt to go into the end zone standing up. It didn't take very long, did it, Charlie?
Oh, it didn't. Spitzer and Crutcher are deep. And again, Brian Franco sends a kickoff through the end zone. So SC will start at their own 20-yard line. First down for the second time in the ballgame. Also in the offensive set, we'll see John Kamina along with Timmy White. When Timmy White is in, he is a flanker. Kamina, number 26, when he is in as the B-back or a blocking back. Most part there. As we look at the offensive line, Bruce Matthews. The center is Tony Slayton, Roy Foster, and Darrell Moore also there. And this time, Marcus Allen is dropped for a loss. As Leo Wisniewski, number 69, the center, the senior from Houston, Texas, was there. The defense of the Nittany Lions is ready for the offense of the Trojans.
They're getting great penetration. That time, Wisniewski was about 4 yards deep in that backfield. When you take into consideration when the Marcus Allen's getting the ball, he's lining up 6 or 7 yards away from that ball at the line of scrimmage.
And there's the rest of that offensive line that we were talking about. Timmy White in motion. Marcus Allen. Marcus to the 20. He could break it. 30. 35-yard line. Marcus Allen brought down by Mark Robinson.
Really showing his ability to cut back. Now, he was penned in at the sideline. He had to cut back. You're going to see him cut back to the inside. There's penetration. Now, here it is right now. Sees the opening, and he just does it so naturally to find the open spot, and he just automatically seems to go there.
A gain of 19 yards to the 36.
See why he's the great runner that he is, Charlie.
Kamina coming in motion. Give us to the first back through the fullback, Todd Spencer. Spencer averaging over 6 yards a carry. John Robinson, the head coach of the Trojans. Leo Wisniewski, defensive tackle. Flag is down, and Penn State offside.
Wisniewski saved the long gain for against the Nittany Lions when he grabbed him near the line of scrimmage, because had he not made the tackle, he'd have picked up a first down.
Still first down.
First down, 5. John McClintock, the referee, all of the officials from the Big 8 Conference. 7-0, Penn State leading. Look at the defense. Walker Lee Ashley, Dave Ofer, Leo Wisniewski, Rich D'Amico, Marcus Allen. Mark it, 41-yard line. No gain. It'll be second down and 5 as Wisniewski was there again.
I said it was raining earlier this morning. The rain has stopped right now. The sun is trying to break out. But you could see by the way that Marcus Allen slipped on that last play that it has an effect on the running backs. The grass still is wet down on the field.
Malcolm Moore is in as a wide receiver.
They do not cover the turf here like they do in a lot of stadiums.
Marcus Allen. 46-yard line. This will be close to the first down. Chet Parlavecchio, second-team All-America linebacker, number 94, making the tackle. We're in the first quarter, 12:57 left to go. Let's look at the linebackers. Chet Parlavecchio, number 94. Ed Pritz, number 61. Matt Bradley, number 86. And what a story the Bradley family is. We look at the defensive secondary, Langford, Jackson, Harry Hamilton, the hero or strong safety, and the safety, Mark Robinson. Matt Bradley, number 86, is winding up a decade of Bradley players at Penn State. His two older brothers preceding him there, Jim and Tom. Tom now one of the assistant coaches.
Penn State has a history of relatives playing
They
under
do.
Joe Paterno.
Brothers, father, son, cousins, yes.
Pretty good indication that they like the program at Penn State University.
Well, Joe Paterno is an excellent program. Everyone asks Joe always, what is your best team? And he says that our best team will be the one that produces the most people who lead active, productive lives in our society.
Says a lot for that man. He was really uptight yesterday, wasn't he? He was ready to go at the luncheon yesterday. He said, let's get out of here. Tired of these lunches. It's all nice, but I'm ready to play this game.
First down, SC. Their own 46-yard line. Penn State out in front, 7-0. Kurt Warner scoring from 17 yards out. A flag is down as Marcus Allen gets the call. No gain on the play. And we'll check out the marker as Chet Parlavecchio makes the tackle.
Chet Parlavecchio was a very active man.
Illegal procedure against the Trojans.
Taking a look at number 94, Chet Parlavecchio. He's an All-American Penn State. Led the Nittany Lions in tackles. He's reading that very well. Nobody touches him.
Offense, decline.
As you probably heard, they declined the penalty of 5 yards because there was no gain on the play. Be watching this man during the course of the afternoon. He will be around the football. John Robinson.
2nd and 10. John Mazur, the quarterback. Jimmy White, the flankers, in motion. Allen is met and driven back by Leo Wisniewski, senior defensive tackle from Houston.
That's the third time that Wisniewski's got penetration, the second time that he's made tackles in the backfield. Number 69, Leo Wisniewski, a senior, outstanding player, is going to get penetration. You're going to see right now, if you get penetration against USC and you take away the cutback running of Marcus Allen, that's about the only way you're going to stop him. No one has been able to figure that out this year, Charlie. He gained over 2,000 yards.
But only 14 yards in 7 carries thus far. 3rd down, 14. Mazur to throw. Has protection. He drops it off. Todd Spencer. Spencer to the 49-yard line. So he picks up 7. It'll be 4th down and 7 as Parlavecchio is there. And the kicking team will come in. Dave Fryer will be punting with a 41.2 average. And Joe Leinbach will come in to snap. Dave Fryer had 46 punts, and only 11 of them were returned. This is Kevin Bound, set for the return for Penn State.
Most coaches look for hang time. That is, how long will that ball stay up in the air, enabling your men to get down under the receiver. He does this extremely well.
And this one is sliced out of bounds. A terrible kick. And Penn State will have excellent field position. They will mark it out at the 34-yard line. So Penn State takes over, following an 18-yard punt.
2 possessions they've had. The first time they got the ball on the 17-yard line, they scored. Now they've got it on the 34-yard line. We were bragging about the punter and his hang time, and that one he kicked off the side of his foot.
We've got a timeout. Penn State has the lead.
Control 6 to base. Looks like this big old hole in the ground is going to be safe for the night. Over.
So they come out all beat.
It's Miller time. Miller time. Time to appreciate the difference between a good beer
when it's time to relax
and a great beer.
One beer stands clear.
Miller High Life.
You got the time. We got the beer. Miller beer. Come Miller time. We got the beer.
It's a funny feeling when you're 17, just finished school and times are lean, don't have a job, don't know what to do, never learned a skill and you want to work too. Well, you know the services have the means to teach someone who's still in his teens. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, they'll take you, train you, show you the way. You'll work hard, get decent pay in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Serving your country's a real good start. Helping pay for college is a services part. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Future in doubt, shed that lid. Join the services and get ahead in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. It's a great place to start.
Sunday, January 17th, NBC Sports World is back when the undefeated matinee idol of boxing, Bobby Chaz, battles Robbie Sims. Then see the most famous American gymnast in sports history when Kurt Thomas returns to competition on NBC Sports World.
Welcome back to the Fiesta Bowl. We have a 3-game feast for you today, starting 1982, the Fiesta Bowl. Then stay with us throughout the afternoon, the Rose Bowl, and through the evening for the Orange Bowl. Play action by Blackledge. Incomplete, going to Greg Garrity, his wide receiver. So bring the ball back to the Nittany Lion 34-yard line. It'll be second down and 10. Marv Williams had the defensive coverage.
Charlie, first two times they've had the ball on first down, they've gone to a play pass. That time, the man was well covered by 45 Williams, but the first time that they tried it on the 17-yard line, he had his man open. He just didn't get him the football.
Second down and 10, Penn State. Leading 7-0. Kurt Warner scoring from 17 yards out. And here's Warner again. He fumbled. SC comes up with a football. So the turnovers have evened out.
Browner, I believe it's Joey Browner came up with it. Number 47.
August Curley jars it loose. Here's another look.
Warner makes an excellent move running to daylight. A foot move right here. He runs to daylight. But the ball is stripped from him. Number 87 is August Curley, strips him of the football, and it's Joey Browner, 47, coming up with the recovery. Southern Cal's in excellent field position.
The ball on the Penn State 46-yard line, first and 10, USC. Going deep into double coverage, and it is intercepted. Mark Robinson with the interception. And back-to-back turnovers. Penn State has the ball.
That time he should never have thrown that football. He was trying to go deep, get 6 points in a hurry, but Mark Robinson was in excellent position. Here you see Mazur throwing it deep. 32 is there all the way. Now he's looking to go to number 6, Timmy White, the speedster. For 32, Mark Robinson had it well covered. And so they turned the ball right back. That is inexperience. Now this young sophomore Mazur playing in his first bowl game. Next bowl game he'll play in, I'm sure he won't make that mistake.
31 yards on the interception return by Mark Robinson. He had 3 during the regular season, including the 91-yard against Pitt for the touchdown. Here's Warner right side. 40-yard line. A gain of 4 from the 36. It'll be second down and 6 as Chip Banks makes the tackle. Banks, the USC All-America from Augusta, Georgia. And Warner is shaken up on the play. Offensively, Blackledge, Mike Meade, number 38, the fullback. Kurt Warner, number 25, the man who is shaken up right now.
He missed some games this year because of pulled hamstring muscle. He's down right now. They said coming into this ball game they felt he was going to be 100%, and he looked like it the first couple of times he ran the football.
He has 3 carries for 33 yards, including the 17-yard touchdown. He missed 2 complete games with a hamstring, most of 2 others. The receivers for Penn State, Greg Garrity, number 19, Vito Cabb, number 85, and Kenny Jackson, number 82. That offensive line, Pete Spiros, the All-America Sean Farrell, center Jim Romano, Mike Monchek, and Bill Kantz, the offensive right tackle.
That's good news. Warner's walking off, looks like quite freely. Hopefully he'll be back in the football game.
He's replaced by John Williams. 667 yards on the year, 192 yards rushing against Notre Dame. 2nd down and 6. 10:13, time remaining. First quarter of the Fiesta Bowl. What a way to start the day. The Fiesta Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the Orange Bowl, all on NBC.
Well, he's got a man wide open.
Wide open, and he misses it. Throwing behind.
Kenny Jackson, number 82. He was wide open, and Todd knows it as he's looking down to the ground.
Jack Del Rio and Joe Turner on the defensive coverage for the USC Trojans.
Here it is, coming back, faking the play pass, coming back, and he's going to have a man wide open coming across right there. And you can see the ball is thrown behind him. Had he made the catch, 47, Joey Browner's had his back to him. You don't know how far he would have been able to go. He might have even scored.
3rd down. Screen right side. John Williams. And Williams is bumped out of bounds by Chip Banks. They'll mark it out around the 48-yard line. It'll be a 1st down.
That time he took a very sure pass, a screen pass, getting it to his back, John Williams, and Williams' great speed enabled him to pick up the 1st down.
The undecided is his collegiate major. He hasn't decided yet. That's what that word means, in case you were wondering.
There was no indecision about that last play. He knew he had to pick up a 1st down. He put his head down and got it.
48-yard line of Penn State, 1st down.
Got him open again. Now he's got
there. This time he hits him. Kenny Jackson, 1st down. SC 36-yard line.
Well, I think you can see Joe Paterno's strategy on 1st down. He's been throwing play-action passes, and most of the time he's had his men open. That time, here it is. Blackledge coming back, faking to Williams, and coming across the field is number 82, Jackson, and he's wide open, makes the catch. You might have seen there that Garrity, number 19, the other wide receiver, cleared out the area and provided that opening in the zone. But there's a yellow thing down on the field, and they're going to bring it all back.
The play covered 17 yards. It'll be erased by a flag and a penalty.
You can see that young man, did you see that Farrell picked up the flag and gave it back to the official?
Kurt Warner coming back into the ball game.
They can pro ball, they throw it away.
They hide it.
Illegal use of hands on the offense, a 5-yard penalty.
With the penalty, the ball goes back to the 33-yard line, assessed from the spot of the foul. Now the officials are going to check out a conference. He announced a 5-yard penalty. He marked off 15, but they assessed it from the spot of the foul, of course, and that's just what it would be. Joe Paterno, what a record he has had. His only coaching job has been at Penn State. 16 years as an assistant, and now 16 years as a head coach.
And he said he was only going to coach for 1 year and get into law.
Here's Warner, spinning leg. Pulled down at the 39-yard line. He got 6 tough yards. Marv Williams was the key defender for USC.
One thing we found out about Warner, he's a fast healer, because after being down, he came out, and that last play, he showed his great explosive speed by jumping to the outside and picking up some yardage on that play. Here it is right here. He spins and jumps to the outside. He's looking for some daylight, and he has power also. Number 45 is Williams, gets a hold of him here, but he continues to pick up some additional yards by keeping those legs going.
2nd and 19. Blackledge should be throwing here.
Draw play.
Mike Meade. 46-yard line, a gain of 7. And it'll be 3rd down and 12. This is Charlie Jones along with Lynn Dawson with 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Time remaining, first quarter. Penn State out in front, 7-0. USC won the toss, elected to receive. Their first offensive play, Marcus Allen fumble. It was recovered by Roger Jackson, the Nittany Lions. And in 2 plays, Kurt Warner scored from 17 yards out. Since then, we've had an exchange of turnovers. Penn State has the ball at their own 46-yard line, 3rd down and 12. Deep into coverage, it is caught. Vito Cab, the tight end. 6'5", a 247-pound senior, a gain of 29 yards.
And they said that Vito was supposed to be the blocking tight end and not have the ability to catch. But that time he made a great adjustment on the ball. Plenty of time to throw. Play action pass once again. Number 85, you see him going downfield. It's Vito Cab. The ball is thrown, and what had happened, the linebacker had his back to him, and he couldn't see it. That's 57 Keith Browner.